Gotta behave, sorry.
I hope you didn't record that part where I put the thing on my head.
Can you all hear me okay? Is my sound good?
Mhm.
Morning, everybody.
Morning.
Morning, Emily.
Morning.
All right, looks like we have our quorum. Can y'all hear me? Okay, cool. Looks like we have our quorum. So Valerie, whenever you are ready, we can get started. And good morning, everyone.
Good morning. All right, let me pull this over here. Okay, good morning. I would like to call the Monday, December 14th Board of Adjustments meeting to order. We will begin with roll call. Candace Forrest,
Present.
Todd James,
Present.
Tamara Aggins,
Present.
Jose Alvarez,
Present.
Ramiro Diaz,
Present.
Alfonso Gonzalez, absent, and Matt Rutfo.
Present.
Okay. At this time, would the board make a motion to adopt the minutes from the November 9th meeting?
So move.
Second.
Yeah. I, Todd James, so move.
Jose Alvarez, second.
Thank you. It's been moved by Commissioner James, second by Commissioner Alvarez to adopt the minutes from our last meeting. Roll call vote. Todd James,
Yes.
Tamara Eggins,
Yes.
Jose Alvarez,
Yes.
Ramiro Diaz,
Yes.
Alfonso Gonzalez, and
Okay.
Matthew Rufo,
Yes.
and Candace Forrest. Yes. 6 yeas, no nays. The motion carries.
In accordance with the adopted hearing rules, the public comment form is now available on the city's Granicus website, as well as on nola.gov/CPC. It will be available until the end of the 30-minute recess, after which public comments will be read into record as a part of the consideration of dockets. 2 items on today's agenda have been withdrawn. Item number 4, BZA docket 079-20 for a property located at 1821 through 23 First Street, and item number 8, BZA docket 08320 for a property at 1427 Second Street. The first item on today's agenda is BZA docket 046-20 for a property located at 3032 First Street and 2336 Derby Street. Following
1
the-
minute, do we need to read and adopt the hearing rules before we begin?
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Somehow I missed that on there. Yes. So will the chairwoman please read the special hearing rules?
Sure. Special public hearing rules for Board of Zoning Adjustments, hearings held via video conference. The order of business at the hearing shall be as follows. Call to order and roll call with recording of members present, approval of minutes, followed by reading and adoption of the hearing rules, and then presentation of dockets, which includes staff presentation, applicant presentation, question from members, and then recess for 30 minutes. Next will be consideration of dockets, which includes public comment, rebuttal by the applicant, questions from the members, and then voting, ending with adjournment. Presentation of dockets. The order of business for each docket shall be as follows. Presentation by the City Planning Commission staff or the Department of Safety and Permit staff. Presentation by the applicant or their representative. The appellant or applicant may appear on their behalf or be represented by a duly authorized agent. Only one representative may speak on behalf of a request and must pre-register with the staff of the City Planning Commission. Other representatives or speakers may sign up to provide comments during the public comment portion of the meeting. The applicant shall be allowed a maximum of 5 minutes. Questions from members. The members have an opportunity to ask questions of the staff or applicant. Recess. The board shall take a 30-minute recess to allow members of the public to submit comments. Public comment rules. Only written public comment will be allowed. Live public comment will not be allowed. No member of the public may submit more than one written comment per agenda item. The public comment form will be made available at the start of the meeting and will close at the end of the 30-minute recess. Public comments must be submitted electronically on the form provided by the City Planning Commission. Any comment missing this information will not be read aloud. Each submission must contain the commenter's first and last name, the commenter's address, whether the commenter is being paid in connection with his or her comments, and the agenda item. A moderator will read into the record all comments pertaining to that item that have been submitted in accordance with these rules. Comments will be read aloud in a normal speaking voice. The moderator will discontinue reading a comment once it exceeds 2 minutes. Following the public comment period, if there is opposition, the authorized representative of the application is allowed a rebuttal not to exceed 5 minutes. Following the public comment and rebuttal, the members have an opportunity to ask questions of the staff or the applicant. Voting. The member making a motion shall clearly state their name when making a motion. For example, I, Candace Forrest, move to approve or deny the request. The member seconding a motion shall clearly state their name when seconding the motion. For example, I, Candace Forrest, second the motion made by the other member. The chair will restate the motion, confirming who made and seconded the motion. The chair will request a verbal vote from each member by roll call. Each member will indicate yay to vote in support of the motion or nay to vote in opposition.
Okay. So let's go back. Again, in accordance with the adopted hearing rules, the public comment form link is available on the city's Granicus website, as well as NOLA.gov/CPC. I'm sorry. At this time, would the board make a motion to adopt the special hearing rules? I don't know what's wrong with that.
I, Todd James, move to adopt the special meeting rules.
Jose Alvarez seconds.
It's been moved by Commissioner James, second by Commissioner Alvarez, to adopt the special public hearing rules. Roll call vote. Todd James,
Yes.
Tamara Eggins,
Yes.
Jose Alvarez,
Yes.
Ramiro Diaz,
Yes.
Alfonso Gonzalez,
Aye.
Matthew Rufo,
Yes.
And Candace Forrest, yes. 7 yeas, no nays, the motion carries.
Okay. In accordance with the adopted public hearing rules, the public comment form is now available on the city's Granicus website as well as nola.gov/CPC. It will be available until the end of the 30-minute recess, after which public comments will be read into the record as a part of consideration of dockets. Again, item 4 and 8 were withdrawn. And the first item is BZA docket 046 for a property located at 3032 First Street and 2336 Durbandy Street. Following the staff presentation, the applicant will have 5 minutes to present. Edward Fleming is signed up to speak on behalf of this application. Aspen?
Yeah, this request is for variances of Article 22, Section 22.4.a, Table 22-1 of the Comprehensive Zoning Ordinance to permit the construction of a place of worship with insufficient off-street parking. At the August 10th BZA hearing, the board issued a 60-day deferral to give the applicants more time to rectify issues with the property across the street. Originally, the applicants had planned to demolish a historic dwelling across the street and construct a portion of the required parking on these lots. However, since that time, the applicants have decided not to go through with these plans, as it appears the building may not be allowed to be demolished or relocated. So the applicants are now asking for the full waiver amount. Article 22, Section 22.4.a, Table -22.1 requires off-street parking for places of worship based on the total sanctuary space. The applicants are proposing 917 total square feet of sanctuary space, which requires 15 off-street parking spaces. The applicants are proposing 2 off-street parking spaces in the rear of the site within a covered carport. Additionally, the applicants are providing 13 off-street bicycle parking spaces, 6 spaces above the required minimum to receive an exemption of an additional 2 parking spaces. This gives the parking configuration and exemption results in a waiver of 11 off-street parking spaces. Based on this report, the staff believes the requested variance of Article 22, Section 22.4.a, Table -22.1 meets 9 of the 9 criteria of the standards for variances of Article 4 of the Comprehensive Zoning Ordinance. Therefore, the staff recommends approval of the requested variance subject to 3 provisos. The staff report included 4 provisos. However, the applicants have provided proof that the submitted subdivision has already been approved by the City Planning Commission. So therefore, we're asking for just the 3 standard provisos.
Okay, and again, Edward Fleming is signed up to speak on behalf of this application. Ty, will you be able to keep the time?
Yes.
Okay, you now have 5 minutes to present, Mr. Fleming.
Thank you all very much. Can you hear me? Okay, great. I have nothing further to add other than to thank Aspen and the staff and you all, of course, for considering this. But I would be happy to answer any questions you might have regarding the project.
Thank you. Are there any questions from board members? Seeing and hearing none, I will move to the next item.
Okay. Just one moment, please. The next item is item number 2, BZA docket 66-20 for a property located at 1435 Joseph Street. Following the staff presentation, the applicant will have 5 minutes to present. Claudia Cope is signed up to speak on behalf of this application. Aspen?
Yeah, this application went before the board at the October hearing and received a 60-day deferral at the request of the applicants to provide additional materials and speak with the neighbors. Staff did receive updated site plans showing more permeability in the front yard and the removal of portions of the paved driveway, which do increase permeability in the front yard, eliminating one of the requested waivers. However, as the driveway continues to decrease permeability for the entire lot, the applicants are still deficient in permeability for the entire site. This request is for variances from the Articles of 11, Section 11.3.a.1, Table 11-2a, minimum permeable open space, Article 11, Section 11.3.b.3, parking pad location, Article 22, Section 22.8.b.1, permitted vehicle parking locations, front yard, and Article 22, Section 22.11d1, parking pad location, Article 22, Section 22.11.d2, parking pad design, Article 22, Section 22.11.d3, parking pad location, and Article 22, Section 22.a.c, dimensions of vehicle parking areas, and Article 22, Section 22.a.c, again, dimensions of vehicle parking areas to permit an after-the-fact non-compliant driveway, which results in 8 waivers. The addition of the driveway and parking pad decreases the permeability by 2.83%, resulting in a waiver for permeability for 2.83% from Article 11, Section 11.3a.1, minimum permeable open space. The CCO prohibits off-street parking spaces in the required front yards of a property and also prohibits a parking space in the front of the building line, resulting in 1 waiver for front yard parking. Additionally, Article 22, Section 22.8.b.1 prohibits parking between the street line and the nearest point of the front facade of the building, resulting in an additional waiver. Article 22, Section 22.11.d1, parking pad location, also prohibits parking in the required front yard as well as parking in the front line of the building's facade, resulting in another 2 waivers. Article 22, Section 22.11d3, parking pad location, requires a parking pad to be located 3 feet from the property line. The applicants are proposing a parking pad located 1.75 feet from the property line, resulting in a waiver of 1.25 feet. With a proposed parking pad width of 8 feet and depth of 11.5 feet, the applicants will also need a waiver for the width of the parking pad and the depth of the parking pad, which requires the parking pad to be 8.5 feet in width and 20 feet in depth, resulting in a waiver of 6 inches and a waiver of 8.5 feet. Staff believes the 8 requested variances failed to meet 7 of the 9 criteria of the standards for variances of Article 4, Section 4.6.f of the CZO, and that there are no special circumstances which are peculiar to the land. Literal interpretation of the ordinance will not deprive the applicants of rights commonly enjoyed by other properties in the district. The special circumstances were caused by the applicant. The variance will confer on the applicant special privileges. Granting the variance will alter the essential character of the locality, and the property regulations will not result in a demonstrable hardship.
All right. We have Claudia Cope signed up to speak on behalf of this application. You have 5 minutes to present. Claudia Cope.
Yes, I'm here, but someone has turned off my video. My name's Claudia Cope. I'm the owner of 1435 Joseph. Would somebody please turn my video on? I have an item or 2 to show. I bought the house in last year with the understanding that the driveway that was present, put in by the previous owner in 2014, was a legal non-conforming driveway. I knew that the driveway had been put in illegally by the previous owner, but at the time of purchase, the one-stop app on the Department of Safety and Permits website said that the matter was closed. It showed the violation and then it said closed, yes. Further searches of the public records by my title company also found no outstanding violations or encumbrances on the property. I therefore bought the house with the understanding, depending on the public record, that that driveway was a legal non-conforming driveway. There's a lot of things to address here. I would like to address the fact that the prescription period has expired on this violation. While the house is now in a historic district, in 2014, it was not. The prescription period at that time was 5 years, and that is what should apply in this case. I've had my lawyer do some research for me, and he sent a letter to Aspen, to Ms. Nero, on November 12th, which was not entered into this packet that I received and that apparently the commissioners received. It's a letter from Wogan Bernard of Chafffoot McCall, dated on the 11th, sent on the 12th. That has not been shown to the commissioners. He puts forth legal arguments citing codes and laws and judicial decisions to support this. Basically, the Louisiana Civil Code Article 6 says that in the absence of contrary legislative expression, substantive laws apply prospectively only. Prospectively meaning looking to the future. Substantive laws are laws that give members that govern how members of society behave. The rules and regulations of what you can and cannot do. Zoning laws are substantive laws. So in this case, applying the historic district 10-year prescription period is basically against civil code. It's there in black and white. It's unambiguous that laws apply prospectively. The 5-year prescription period has expired. The prescription period, according to RS 95625, Section A1, begins within it basically says that all actions created by statute, ordinance, or otherwise may be brought by parishes and municipalities, and they must be brought within 5 years from the first act constituting the commission of a violation. That's also very clear and unambiguous. Ms. Aspen sought the counsel of Mr. Kindle in the Department of Safety and Permits, and he told her otherwise, but I can't see where he got his information. When my lawyer asked him for precedents and such, he was unable to give any. He is unable to support his position, whereas my position is supported by state law. There's also several errors in Ms. Aspen's, or whoever's staff, I don't know whose staff report it is. I imagine it might be Ms. Nero's report. She says that I have not addressed the issue of permeability. You'll see in the paperwork that you were just showing on the screen just a little while ago, these two diagrams here, which show how I plan to reduce the permeability of the lot. The driveway, increase the permeability of the lot. The driveway in question takes up 92.7 square feet. I'm proposing on removing 123.9 square feet, substantially more pavement than the driveway covers. That was not included in the staff report for some reason. She also states in the staff report that this is a matter of my own making. The special circumstances were caused by the applicant. And that is, I don't know what that basis for that is. I bought the house with a driveway with the public records indicating that the driveway violation had been closed. And this is somehow a circumstance of my own making. I'm not sure about that. On December 3rd, I wrote a letter which was not put into the staff report because it was too late for that deadline, addressing each of the violations that were placed on the property. Many of those violations did not exist in 2014, and therefore, because of Article 6, could not be charged now. The one article that was charged, one violation that was charged on the original violation was the 40% rule, that there was more than 40% pavement in the front yard. My more careful measurements have shown that's not true. I've submitted that information to Aspen long before the deadline for the staff report. So she has taken note of that. That was the only violation.
Ms. Cope, your comment's coming up. If you could bring your comments to a close.
Okay. There's a matter of legality and equity. Please take a look at my December 6th letter, which addresses the 9 criteria the board uses. I've addressed these and please, the letter from my lawyer, which has all kinds of documentation and was never put in the packet in the first place, that was very, very important information that has not been placed in front of the board. Please, I hope you can have a chance to look at that, because otherwise this is just an incomplete application, and I thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Are there any questions from board members?
Yeah, Chairwoman, I have a question for legal.
Okay, I did too, but you're probably going to ask the same question. Go ahead.
Ms. Quigley, just if you could help verify, I know Ms. Cope alluded to that the prescriptive period is 5 years. I think it's always been my understanding that is it not a 10-year prescriptive period?
It is, but this did not become a historic district until 2017.
Okay.
So it's there's no case law on it because this is a new situation. So we've been kind of going with things that existed prior to 2017, get to use the old rule, and things that exist after 2017 get the new rule.
Gotcha. So you would say that if it's something that was put in place as of 2017, the prescriptive period would expire in 2022.
Right.
Okay.
If it was before the historic district was created. Now, if we are constantly going after someone for something, that interrupts prescription, and so it goes from the last date that we were actively going against a violation.
Okay. And all right, and Ms. Nero, did you receive the letter before or after deadline?
Yeah, so I went through the emails. There are a lot of emails. I think there's like an email provided by the lawyer, but the attachment itself, that was like a letter, didn't actually make it into the report. So that is a mistake on our part. That letter did not make it into the email. I mean, into the staff report. There are some email threads that kind of address that same issue, but that letter is definitely not in the report.
So maybe just as so you do have that document, it was received before deadline?
We do, yes. If you want to do the special.
And that's what I was going to maybe suggest to the chairwoman, just for the sake of, just for Ms. Coates' argument, maybe if we suspend the rules and just accept just the attachment, just that letter to be distributed to the board members, if that is okay. Missy, is that still fine since we're in a virtual format?
Yes, that's fine.
Okay.
Yeah, I have that letter. How would you what would be the best way? I could forward it to Emily right now.
Well,
Yeah,
first,
Emily,
we need to have a motion and agree to accept it, and then we can discuss how to submit it.
Okay. So,
Is there a motion?
Madam Chair, for motions in order to suspend the rules and to accept an amendment to the document and to have to distribute a copy of Ms. Cope's legal representation, the document from Ms. Cope's legal counsel. Sorry.
Second.
It's been moved by Commissioner James, second by, I think that was Commissioner Gonzalez, to suspend the rules to accept additional documentation for this item. Roll call vote. Todd James?
Yes.
Tamara Eggins?
Yes.
Jose Alvarez?
Yeah.
Ramiro Diaz?
Yes.
Alfonso Gonzalez?
Yay.
Matthew Rufo?
Yes.
And Candace Forrest, yes. 7 yeas, no nays, the motion carries. I guess we can probably receive the document by email and we can review it during the recess before we begin the second portion of the meeting.
That's fine.
Does that work, Aspen?
Yeah, I forwarded it to Emily, so if we can figure that out in between now.
Okay, thank you. That was one of the questions that I had, so along with the prescriptive period. Were those all of your questions, Mr. James?
Just one last one. Just a question to Ms. Nero. You spoke to some of the points earlier in your report. Just my bigger concern of the application as it stands right now, while we're still talking about permeable paving and everything else, we still get into this the standards of design, and it still creates a substandard condition where if the parking stall was to be used, it would still encroach into the public right of way in terms of what would be considered a legal parking area. I just want to make sure that that's been clearly established within the report in any capacity.
Yeah, so the applicants, so even if the permeability comes in, so like we removed one of the front yard, if for instance, the permeability is being, like even if those two are removed, it's like a moot like issue because the parking pad itself is still non-compliant. It's still the length and the width. So like it does project into, like the parked car would project into the public right of way because the length of the driveway is not long enough. It's still projecting into the front. It's still like in violation of 7 of the other waivers essentially.
Right, and I think as I'm looking at it, it was still encroaching to the right of way by as much as 5.5 feet.
Correct. So I think let me pull up the survey.
Yeah, as she
Yeah,
has
maybe
it shown,
like
it's 14.6 in depth, and the requirement is still 20 feet. So that would be 5.5 feet of encroachment, which would be more than covering if the sidewalk is at the property line.
It is not. It is not.
I have the floor right now, Ms. Cope. Sorry. Even if the sidewalk was at the property line, it still would be a 5.5 foot encroachment beyond that property line.
May I speak?
Yes, that's fine, but just keep your comments to a minimum.
The amount of space between the sidewalk and the foundation of the house is 19 feet. That is the depth of the front yard. There's 4 feet of space between the sidewalk and the property line, and then another 15 feet to the house itself. And that would be probably found on one of my permeability
but even if so, Ms. Cope, even if just from your measurement is showing that, we still have to be aware of it's still an encroachment into the public right of way.
Okay, I've shown a picture of a full-size SUV parked in the space, showing that it does not intrude over the sidewalk.
I do see note of that. It's the black SUV in your picture, in your report on page 31 of the PDF.
Right.
But we still have to be cognizant of.
Yeah, but then again, these rules were not in effect in 2014. Length of a driveway.
I think I'll defer back to staff, but I want to say that the parking lot standards have not deviated. Is that correct?
Yeah, to address that to you, we're going off of this to get the actual measurement. We're going off the survey. So the survey is showing the property. So I think what the applicant sent us is showing portions of the public right of way included in their dimensions. Correct. The survey is showing that there's only about 15 feet from the front facade where the parking lot fits. So there's, based on our calculations, we went off of the survey. So it's still showing that it's going to project based on the survey that was submitted.
Yes, because I think Ms. Cope was only mentioning from the face of the structure to the sidewalk itself. And in this case, the property line is not at the sidewalk. The property line is a little bit more inboard towards to the actual structure. So we still have to keep it in consideration of public right of way.
And Todd, if I can just, I guess, further answer your question. I do believe I was looking at the former CZO just recently, and I believe that the parking space dimension is the same. So 18 feet in length by 8.5 in width.
So it changed by 2 feet. If it was 18 before, it's 20 now.
It depends on the angle.
This would be considered a 90. But if I remember correctly, even in a previous CZO, there was always site development standards established, including parking stall depth and width, and I do remember it not changing.
And just to clarify, I know the former CZO, the 90-degree stall length would then be 18 feet.
Okay, so it did change by 2 feet.
It's, I'm sorry if I'm interjecting. It's 18 feet. Do we have? Let's see.
Yeah, but it's 20 in the report.
Yeah, it's 20. Okay. That should be 18. So that's another mistake on our part.
All right, so that encroachment dimension I provided earlier would not be 5.5 feet, it would be 3.5 feet into the public right of way. All right, I don't have any further questions, Chairwoman.
Any other questions from board members? Seeing none, I can move to the next item.
Okay, we will now begin with the unfinished business for appeals. The next item is item number 3, BZA docket 07020 for a property located at 737 Eleanor Street and 5808 Magazine Street. As a reminder, following this safety and permits staff presentation, the applicant and property owner will have 5 minutes each to present. Justin Schmidt is signed up to speak on behalf of this application. We also have Edward Nicholas, who's signed up to speak as the property owner. BZA 07020 is an appeal of the decision of the Director of Safety and Permits as per Article 4, Section 4.8 of the Comprehensive Zoning Ordinance regarding the issuance of building permit number 2021846 NEWC. The Department of Safety and Permits now has the opportunity to present.
Hello, everyone. My name is Nick Kendall. I'm the zoning administrator for the Department of Safety and Permits. So this appeal request has come before the board in the past few months, so I won't go through my full report, but you have that available to refer to. So the applicant is appealing the issuance of a building permit for a structure at 5808 Magazine Street. Since the last meeting, the request was deferred to give Mr. Schmidt time to reveal or to review items that were included in the November report, as well as to review kind of similarly situated building permits that the department has issued. On November 11th, I emailed Mr. Schmidt a spreadsheet of all the permits and asked if there are specific areas where the permit did not meet zoning. I had not heard anything back from Mr. Schmidt, and I don't really have any new substantive information to present at this month's meeting. So we're asking that the department's determination in this matter be upheld. Thank you.
Okay, the applicant, Justin Schmidt, now has 5 minutes to present. Mr. Schmidt? Is he on the call?
Hello?
Okay.
Sorry, Justin, I pressed unmute at the same time you unmuted yourself.
I did the same thing, Emily. I'm sorry. Good morning. As y'all may recall, that we've visited this matter a couple of times, and I think hopefully we can get some closure one way or the other on today with the information I've got. Mr. Kendall did get back to me with information, although providing me with merely a list of 65 addresses that commercial permits were issued, I just don't think was really what I was looking for there. I'm not saying that, I mean, I'm just, that was the information that he gave. Just a list of 60, a spreadsheet, an Excel spreadsheet of 65 properties. And I'm confident that Mr. Kendall will agree he did not go through each and every one of these permits to acknowledge, to confirm that the measurements applied to this property in question were applied the same manner as those 65 permits that were listed on that spreadsheet. So I'm not quite sure what the purpose of the spreadsheet was, but at any rate, that would be helpful to learn what exactly he was trying to show me with respect to the 65 permits that he cited, because it's not reasonable to say that they went through and analyzed each one of those permits and established that the way the measurements are being applied in this one after the fact are the same as all 65 of these, and this is done consistently. So after we get past that point, and this is probably, the easier the easier way to get around this, or not to get around this, but to cut to the chase. This is using documents submitted by the owner, Mr. Nicholas. This is not anything that we've made up. This is not anything that the city has in its records. This is based on documents submitted by the owner of this property. This is the facts. So on June 4th, 2019, there was a curb cut permit applied for and issued, and it reflects that 737 737 Eleanor Street has a total gross floor area of 2,917 square feet. Those are, that's drawing is Mr. Nicholas's drawing submitted by him, adding up 2,917 square feet. The next thing we have is the plans that are of the record for 5808 Magazine Street, which shows a total floor area of 2,520 square feet. For a total between the two areas of the two buildings, total floor area, 5,437 square feet. Table 12-2, which is the bulk and yard regulations for the HU B1 neighborhood zoning district, which is where we are, states that the maximum total floor area, 5,000 of total floor area permitted, up to 5,000, conditional use approval required for 5,000 square feet, over 5,000 square feet of total floor area. That is black and white, commissioners, black and white. The total floor area, according to Mr. Nicholas, his own calculations and his architect's calculations, are 5,437 square feet. 437 square feet more or greater than permitted without a conditional use permit. Now, if you recall, this was done by Mr. Nicholas, and this mistake was made, and I don't think this was an intentional mistake, but and I don't think Mr. Nicholas intended to do this either, but this came through a byproduct of initially wanting to subdivide the property at 737 into two lots of record, and that subdivision was submitted and fairly advanced through the process when a staff member in making the analysis determined that because back in February, and that email was February 4th, 2020 that we've talked about before, that was from Ashley Becknell to Valerie Goins, and then Valerie Goins to Mr. Nicholas, basically stating, as you recall, that commercial uses, that because the 737 building is an STR, consistent with 20.3.LLL.1.E of the CZO, that you treat that residential purposes, because it's an SDR of the setbacks for the residential uses as opposed to commercial uses which don't have setbacks.
Justin, try to bring those comments to
sure. So at that point, Mr. Nicholas realized he would have to narrow his rear building by 15 feet because he was now going to have to provide a setback for the 737 house. He abandoned the re-subdivision, and then everybody proceeded on with the project without going back and even looking at the fact that we've got 5,437 square feet on one lot of record as opposed to the smaller amounts. And so this should have been thrown into a conditional use. And that's really what we're saying right now, is that he needs to go back black and white and get a conditional use on this, and that there shouldn't be any further work or any, with that, or a certificate of occupancy issued until such time that he secures a conditional use. That's it. Thank you.
And Mr. Nichols, you have 5 minutes to present.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry.
This is unbelievable. First of all,
he's saying he can't understand why Mr. Kendall sent him all this information. He requested at the last meeting, oh, I just got this information and I haven't had a chance to look at it. So Mr. Kendall graciously sent them and copied me 3 days after the meeting, because the board of directors specifically said, can y'all two please try to get together before the next meeting and try to figure out where, work this out. And then Mr. Smith said, yeah, if we can figure it out, I'll drop the appeal, if it all works out. He didn't reply and say, why did you send me this? He didn't reply and say, hey, what's up with this, 5,000 square foot, to give Mr. Kendall an opportunity to reply. So now he's wanting to continually just continue this. This is ridiculous, absolutely ridiculous. First of all, the appeal he specifically made in the beginning was simply for the re-subdivision, that the safety and permits issued a permit under the impression that I was going to re-subdivide the property. That was his only appeal. Nothing to do with square footage. And correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Kendall, but I believe the 5,000 square foot applies to each individual building and not a total of all the buildings. So regardless, even if it does or doesn't, that wasn't even part of the appeal. Only part of the appeal was that the re-subdivision was dropped. And he thinks safety and permits approved it based off that I was going to get it re-subdivided. Remember? And then my original thing, if you go back, and Nick can specifically address this, and the board found this out a month ago, and I know y'all go through a lot of stuff, but I'm trying to remind you, we have a plot plan showing no re-subdivision on the original application for safety and permits, city planning commission, everything. Everybody was aware that this re-subdivision was not being taken place, and that both buildings were going to be built, or one was already built and a new one was going to be built, knowing full force that the re-subdivision was not taking place. So by just that alone, this ought to get thrown out. They just trying to prolong this. The neighbor, I'm going to do whatever it takes to make it as hard as possible for you to do this. Now he's bringing all this other stuff up, which doesn't amount to beans. He didn't try to address it with Nick Kendall at all. Instead, he waits 5 weeks, didn't even send an email or a phone call. Hey, can we address this? Can you give me information on this? So he could be prepared for this meeting. Did he do that? No. He's coming out of this with all this other fluff to try to continue this, to stop me from getting an occupancy certificate. We're hanging sheetrock right now. They're cutting Magazine Street as we speak to run water and sewer. I got like 15 permits done with this. Fire sprinkler systems installed, everything's installed. What's his ultimate goal? Give me a break, to tear down the building? I did nothing. I did everything by the book, 100%. No variances, no waivers, everything. Prior to even getting my application, like 3 and 4 times. What do I need to do? How high can I build? What are my things? They said, oh no, you can't re-subdivide because of this. I said, fine, I just want to re-subdivide. All that was brought to the attention in the very beginning, before a single piling was put in the ground. So I would ask the board to reconsider and really understand what the original appeal was, and that, again, the layout showing everything was approved with a plot plan showing no re-subdivision was originally going to be done, period. Thank you.
Are there any questions from board members?
Just a quick question to staff. And I know we went back and forth on this item before, and I'm actually trying to look at it within the zoning ordinance. I think last time the conversation came up about the 5,000 square foot question, and was it total floor area? Was it by use? And Mr. Schmidt, well, actually, Mr. Schmidt, what can you reference chapter and verse of where you were referencing earlier? He's on mute.
Yes, Member James, that requirement is in table 12-2, the bulk and yard areas related to an HU B1 property.
Correct. So 12.3A1.
Yes, sir. That is the section. And you know, well, go ahead.
So, and I know it does say there, it does state uses with over 10,000 square feet, but right before that, it does say permitted up to 5,000 square feet of total floor area. but then conditional use approval required for over 5,000 square feet of total floor area, but uses with over 10,000 square feet or total floor area are prohibited.
Correct.
So it does get into that gray area of, once again, 5,000 total square feet, but then we talk about use. So someone from staff, if you could give me some clarity around how that is viewed.
Yeah, so we do look at it as per commercial use. So each individual commercial use, if it's less than 5,000 square feet, it's a permitted use. If it's between 5,000 and 10,000 square feet, it's a conditional use. And if it's greater than 10,000 square feet, it's prohibited. So it's each individual use. And if you go above the table, there's actually more. The table just summarizes text in section 12.2B1 of the CZO, and it does refer to conditional use approval required for any commercial use of 5,000 square feet or more.
Mm-hmm.
And so this has been consistently our interpretation of the CZO. We do look at it as per commercial use. You can go 2 blocks away to 6001 Magazine Street, where there's a new Starbucks. That's a building that's 7,412 square feet, but it's made up of 4 individual tenants. Each tenant space is less than 5,000 square feet. That building did not need a conditional use to be approved because each individual tenant space was less than 5,000 square feet.
So they're
and
trying.
Even
Go ahead, Nick.
sorry, not to.
I didn't mean to cut you.
Just one other point to make. Even if we do look at total square footage of commercial on this lot, in the building itself, if the total square area is 5,437 square feet, the new building, the 3rd floor, is a residential unit. And so that residential unit's 975 square feet. So even looking at total commercial uses on this lot, it's less than 5,000 square feet. So I don't think there's any real argument that can be made that this would require a conditional use for the 5,000 square feet.
So, Mr. Nicholas, I'm sorry, actually, Mr. Kendall. So when you sent that list, that was an applicate. That was in when you sent this spreadsheet of use, or at least permits issued. Was that in reference to commercial use? Permits showing the square footage area, or what was the intent of the list?
So when I think this first came up, I forget what the first meeting date was, but you all had asked to look to see what sort of similarly situated permits had been issued where you had different uses of structure, where you had multiple structures with different uses that had different setback requirements on the same lot. And so what I did was searched all the permits in Llama for new construction for commercial and mixed use buildings and tried to find something that was similarly situated. And using certain keyword searches and searching certain permit types, I found these 64 permits. And so with these permits, I was unable to find anything that was similarly situated where you had 2 different buildings with different uses with different setback requirements on the same lot. So I did not go through each of these 64 permits to check the setbacks of each building. I did review the permit descriptions and looked at some of the plans to see if there were any that were in the same situation. A lot of these were, you've got an existing gas station and you're adding a new structure on the gas station property, or it's an existing mixed use building with another mixed use structure added to the same lot. So the whole point of sending this list was Mr. Schmidt requested it at the last meeting and said he didn't have it. He was wondering what we looked at, and so this is what we looked at. So yeah, the whole point of the list is to show that there weren't any other similarly situated properties.
All right, so that, I think, and I remember that coming largely out of the dialogue from last month's meeting as well, because I still had a point of confusion, because when you're reviewing this type of application, we would get into, and I think this is a little bit much to Mr. Schmidt's point, reviewing two different structures based on a use and then designating a setback separately for each structure could seem a little problematic, because then what happens if the what if the use change down the road and that use would have a different series of setback requirements? Does that now mean that that structure would not be able to house that use? I mean, how does that even work 5 years or 10 years from now?
Yeah, these situations do come up from time to time. I'm thinking specifically in maybe like Middle Harrison of Lakeview, where you had structures that developed a single family. They had a certain setback requirement, and then there's a proposal to convert it to a commercial use, and it has a different setback requirement. So in those cases, then you would need a variance of those setbacks to go from, you know, a residential with one setback requirement to a commercial with a different setback requirement. So that's generally how we would have to treat those. And this is why we require, you know, change of use permits or building permits anytime you do change of use, so we are able to evaluate that different use under the zoning requirements.
Okay, thank you. So Mr. Schmidt, just coming back to your initial application for the appeal, what is that initial question? I just want to stick to that one.
Right, and I just went back and looked at my appeal. My appeal application challenges the issuance of the permit because of the square footage calculations of both properties. I mean, it clearly falls within the exception. I understand and appreciate that Mr. Nicholas wants to limit it to something else, but that's not, the whole issue has been an interpretation of the fact that safety and permits, when they did their initial review of this, and this is what everybody's forgetting. Mr. Nicholas would have you believe that once he pulled the permit, the subdivision request, that this was looked at in a vacuum as two separate properties. This was all in the works, looking at both of these, and safety and permits simply just, and Mr. Kendall just admitted he didn't go through all these things and look to see how this is done. What they're asking you to do is, I mean, remember, this is not a commercial neighborhood. This is a small business neighborhood. And we have to think about applying the rules in conjunction with that fact. This isn't a big block, you know, area where you could put a Walmart store, or any other big box. But what Mr. Kendall and Mr. Nicholas are arguing is that if you look at the commercial use, and each commercial use has 5,000, and you can build multiple buildings on it, then what he's saying is you can put multiple 5,000 square foot buildings on here to get over 10,000 square feet or over 20,000 square feet on a piece of property that's in the zone, and it doesn't affect it. That's nonsensical. That doesn't make sense with the nature of this neighborhood business district. This is further, this, as you aptly said, you take these two, you know, in the new building in 5808, if you take the two commercial units, and right now we've got a residential unit on the top and then two commercial units. Go ahead and convert those back to residential. You now have residential, even though it's in a zoned commercially, where he's going to now be able to go, he can go through after he fails at having commercial uses because there's no off-street parking and there's no curbside parking because Magazine Street doesn't have a parking curb in this block. So because nobody wants to patronize the commercial uses, they get flipped to residential uses. He didn't get short-term rentals on it because he's got a commercial short-term rental. And now we're back to, he's built this building and using the building for for short-term rental properties, and he's built it too close to my client's property, and he's built it too close to every other property. The bottom line is the code is black and white, permitted up to 5,000 square feet of total floor area. It doesn't split out. You can do, and that's what I'm saying is nonsensical. What you're saying is, well, if you have this use, all these uses can add up and you could end up with 30,000 square feet of area if you just have different uses. That's not how a zoning district in a B1A neighborhood business district works. That's just not a calculation you would see on Magazine Street or you'd see on Oak Street, where you could have 4,999 square foot uses, and that doesn't qualify, that doesn't require a conditional use permit. I mean, that's just way too much to throw you out of that. And I'm sorry, Mr. Nicholas is frustrated. I appreciate his frustration, and that sometimes safety and permits makes errors. We're all human. I know as good, y'all know as well as I do, and I'm familiar that, I've suggested they've made errors in the past too. Some of y'all might remember, but this one is clear. The square footage measures out, and those are, again, square footages that Mr. Nicholas has provided. These aren't things that I'm making up. These are on his drawings that he submitted that get to over 5,000 square feet. He just needs to go back and get a conditional use. And that's all we can do right now. I don't think anybody's suggesting, I will tell you, I don't think anybody's suggesting this thing's gonna get torn down.
Okay.
I've never seen that happen in 22 years of doing this.
All right.
I've never seen the city say that. So, but we do need a conditional use permit before we go any further. And we need the board to apply the black letter law. And it says, conditional use approval required over 5,000 square feet of total floor area. That's what we have here. Thank you.
I don't have any further questions, Chairwoman.
Any other questions from any other board members?
Not
Seeing and
to,
hearing none, we can
sorry,
go to-
but I do
Go
have
ahead,
one
I'm
question.
sorry.
So I'm just looking at the I guess there's a question for staff, and just to clarify in response to that last comment. In the footnote in the table says total floor area limits per commercial use, right? And the maximum total floor, so the line is maximum total floor area dash commercial use, and then there's a footnote 1. So I just wanted to understand from Nick, it's per use, or is it commercial for the whole property? Like just commercial in general as a zoning designation for a property?
Yes, it's per commercial use. So each individual tenant space, as long as that tenant space is less than 5,000 square feet, it does not require a conditional use, even if the total floor area of all commercial uses on the property is greater than 5,000 square feet.
Okay, great, thank you. That was my understanding. Thank you.
Oh, wait, I'm sorry. That I'm not seeing that the same way. I'm only seeing that footnote referenced because if I understand how this should be framed correctly, the footnote numerical reference should be at the end of that description inside the table, correct? And maybe that's more of a question for legal or just from safety and permits. Because I am seeing where that notation 1 for the footnote only pops up and it's weird how this shows up on here.
Yeah, so I think the footnote is to clarify in that table, the table 12.2, that the total floor area commercial use limit that it's referring to with the maximum 5,000 and 10,000, that it is total floor area limits per commercial use. So each individual tenant space.
But I'm only seeing a reference to footnote 1 under HUMU. Unless I'm completely misunderstanding this. And it looks like it's just out of place.
So you have to look at like the far left-hand column to see where are you asking where the footnote 1 shows up on the table?
Yep.
Yeah, so in the left-hand column below where it says bulk
All right, now
regulations, it says,
commercial use. Okay, my apologies. And maybe it's just something to staff, just to make that clarification. There's another footnote 1 reference on interior side yards for minimum yard requirement. That a footnote 1 appears again, but that would be kind of out of place. Under HUMU interior side yard, column D. Or row D, excuse me. Just a note to staff.
okay, yes, yeah. I'll get with city planning and see, yeah, to make sure that that gets clarified.
Okay, I don't have any further questions. That helps me out a lot.
Any other questions from board members? And seeing and hearing none, we can go to the next item.
Okay, we will now begin with new business for variances. Item number 4 was withdrawn. The next item is item number 5, BZA docket 080 for a property located at 833 Jackson Avenue. Cornelius Payne is signed up to speak on behalf of this application. Following the staff presentation, the applicant will have 5 minutes to present. Joseph?
Yeah, BZA, the next item is BZA 8020 for property located at 833 Jackson Avenue. This request is for variances from the provisions of Article 10, Section 10.3.8, Table 10-2 of the comprehensive, that's Article 11 of the comprehensive zoning ordinance to permit the construction of a mixed-use development with excessive floor area ratio, insufficient permeable space, and insufficient open space. In accordance with the Article 11, Section 11.3.8.1, Table 11-2A, the minimum lot area requirement for a two-family dwelling in an HURD2 district is 1,800 square feet per dwelling unit, which results in a minimum lot area of 3,600 square feet. Lot 1B is proposed to have a lot area of 1,841 square feet, which is thus non-compliant, constituting a deficiency of 879 square feet per dwelling unit. The minimum lot depth requirement for lots in an HURD2 district is 90 feet. Lot 1B is proposed to have a lot depth of 63 feet, which is thus non-compliant, constituting a deficiency of 27 feet. Lastly, the maximum rear yard setback is 15 feet, or in this case, since it is the least of the two options, 20% of the lot depth. For a site that has a depth of 63 feet, the resulting minimum rear yard setback is 12 feet and 6 inches. Lot 1B is proposed to have a rear yard setback of 1 foot and 7 inches, which is thus non-compliant, constituting a deficiency of 11 feet. The applicant is therefore seeking waivers of the above 3 requirements as listed in Article 11, Section 11.3.8.1, Table 11-2A. Based on this report, the staff believes the request does satisfy the 9 criteria as they pertain to the requested variances and recommends 2 provisos.
Okay, Cornelius Payne, you now have 5 minutes to speak.
Okay. Good morning, I'm Cornelius Payne, the owner of this building. This is just a re-subdivision that was a recommendation from City Planning Commission staff back in August that we got approval. These are existing buildings that's been there since the 1800s. Basically just taking this lot of record and making the lot a single lot of record separate from the other 2 buildings that are adjacent to the properties. And I'm doing that to make the titles more merchantable, cleaner, and also, as I've mentioned, so each builder can have his own lot of record and his own tax bill. Also, I'm respectfully requesting for the board if they can waive the 2 provisos. One is requiring a permit, and one is requiring a tree in the, I think in the adjacent, in the front yard or what have you. This building is already in operation, it's not under construction, and it's had its C of O since 2013. And I'm hoping that I can be grandfathered of not having to put in a permit since the property is in use and has been in operation. And street trees is not a requirement in this particular zoning district. I did speak with staff about this, but they told me they could not make the waiver. So they told me I had to make the request to you all.
Are there any questions from board members? Just to clarify the request, I'll defer to staff on the first requested waiver of the provisos, but in terms of the second proviso regarding the trees, it's usually done in consultation with, I believe it's Parks and Parkways. And so if there's a situation where a tree is not applicable to be added on the site, that's a determination that's made in consultation with them. So I don't know about saying that there's not a requirement for a street tree. It's usually whether or not it's feasible to actually plant one, depending on the circumstances of the site. So if it's determined by the department that it's not feasible, then it wouldn't be a requirement, but it's not usually something that's waived for any other reason. So they will usually make that determination when they assess the property. In terms of the first waiver request for the proviso regarding the certificate of occupancy, I don't know if staff can speak to what the applicant is stating.
Joseph, that's for you.
Yeah, so this is a question in regards to the provisos.
Yes.
Yeah, so these are the standard provisos. The staff definitely wants to, so let me go point by point. The first one is a general one. That's how we basically close out our BZA application. So if there's basically no changes and it's existing, we would just ask the applicant to resubmit them. You know, again, we do have to ask them in the case that the board does either seek changes, add provisos, things like that. The second one is, again, another standard proviso. I don't think we necessarily have any.
So the question wasn't about the staff's position. It's just mainly trying to understand. The applicant is explaining that there was already a certificate of occupancy for this site, and just trying to understand what the requirements would be of the applicant given this proviso language, if there's already a C of O.
I'm going to defer to someone else on staff. I haven't had this experience yet before.
Let me open up Joseph's report really quickly.
And actually, Chairwoman, just to maybe help, I think I understand where Mr. Payne is coming from. Because if you don't have a series of a set of plans to submit to safety and permits for an actual permit to be issued for work to commence, I think what we could do is modify that proviso to just ask that they provide some level of documentation that the CFO had already been issued. So we could maybe amend the text on the first one to just acknowledge that. With the second one, I understand why he's saying that, because in this case, once again, if you're not doing any future work that would require further site improvements to install any street trees, if Parks and Parkways would deem it applicable. But maybe if staff, you can clarify, even in that case, could Mr. Payne just submit a letter of clarification to Parks and Parkways to get that reviewed? Because otherwise he wouldn't have a permit to go into Llama. He wouldn't have a permit to go into Llama to require Parks and Parkways to review it.
Yeah, so there is no permit, of course, but it would be part of, if the board approved this request today, we would, as staff, not be able to close it out officially for approval until Mr. Payne presents us with some sort of documentation from Parks and Parkways saying either, yes, you need to plant a tree here, or no, you don't need to plant a tree here. So, there won't be the permit step that a lot of our projects go through, but it would still be, a required action before we can officially close out the variance request. Does that answer your question for the Parks and Parkways component?
I think that's, and I guess that's, Mr. Payne, you understand that intent behind that? It's just a matter of, it's a clerical clerical requirement in order for them to check the boxes necessary.
Yeah, that's fine. And I mean, and I have the ordinance. I think it's section 23 point, I can't remember, but I know they said street trees weren't required for the area because Jackson is the main street. With the power lines, I know we're exempt from trees, but that's fine. I can go through, getting a letter, from Park and Parkways to get it closed out.
And generally, if that's the situation at that site, they would make that determination and then forward that over to staff.
Okay, that's fine.
And just a clarification, even though Article 23 does have language that doesn't require street trees in your zoning district, the board does have the power to add conditions or provisos to an approval. Usually if there's like a nexus between the request and the proviso, in this case, we often include the street tree proviso to be consistent to further the goals of the master plan, which is restoring the tree canopy. So that's why you'll see that proviso. As far as the first proviso, just to circle back, the language about prior to the issuance of a building permit, the board may wish to just simply remove that language. This is essentially just how the BZA staff stamps those final plans for the record. So we know what the final plans were, showing the variances that were approved, if it is approved. So if the board wants to strike out some of that language prior to the issuance of a building permit, you could perhaps just say prior to final approval by the Board of Zoning or something like that.
Right. Mr. Payne, you understand what Ms. Hernandez is proposing?
Yeah, I totally understand. That's fine.
Cool. We could address that at the motion later.
Are there any other questions from board members? Seeing none, we can move to the next item.
Okay, let's see. The next item is item number 6, BZA docket 081-20 for a property located at 4808 Rhodes Drive. Jonah Bernard is signed up to speak on behalf of this application. And following the staff presentation, the applicant will have 5 minutes to present. Robin?
BZA 081-20 is a request for variances from the provisions of Article 22, Section 2211B, and Article 13, Section 13.3A, Table 13.2 of the CZO to permit the construction of a 2-family residence with 2 curb cuts and insufficient lot depth. The subject property, located at 4808 Rhodes Drive, is a rectangular interior lot in the Plum Orchard area of New Orleans East, where it features almost 82 feet of frontage along Rhodes Drive and a depth of a little over 75 feet. The applicant proposes construction of a 2-family dwelling with a separate dedicated driveway for each dwelling unit. Each driveway is intended to provide access to each dwelling's required off-street parking space. The subject property's dimensions preclude the development of 2 compliant parking spaces that could be accessed via 1 driveway, or that would not result in the creation of setback deficiencies that themselves would require variances to address. The subject property complies with the minimum required lot width and area requirements in the SRD zoning district, but the lot's 75 feet 4 inches depth falls short of the district's minimum lot depth requirement of 90 feet. The predominant uses in this SRD zoning district are overwhelmingly single and 2-family residential. A survey of 118 lots located near the subject property and likewise zoned SRD found that the majority, 69 of them, or 58%, are less than 90 feet deep, and 41% of those 69 lots are developed with 2-family dwellings. Accordingly, the prevailing development pattern along such lots can be characterized as having a significant or even heavy 2-family residential component. The survey also found that 42 lots in the study area feature 2 driveways, and 29 of those 42 lots, 69%, are developed with 2-family dwellings. Thus, it can also be said that within the study area, the presence of 2 driveways is a predominant development pattern among properties developed with two-family dwellings. The staff finds that neither of the requested variances meets all 9 of the 9 criteria for approval as put forth in the comprehensive zoning ordinance at Article 4, Section 4.6F, standards for variances. Collectively, they failed to meet criteria 1, 4, and 6 in that there are no circumstances which are peculiar to the land. Granting the variance will confer special privileges on the applicant, and strict adherence to the property regulations will not result in a demonstrable hardship upon the owner, as distinguished from mere inconvenience. Therefore, the staff must recommend denial of both requested variances.
Okay, Jonah Bernard, you are signed up to speak on behalf of this application. You now have 5 minutes to present.
Okay. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Good morning. This is an area where I grew up in, and we grew up in a multifamily area. This area has doubles, like which was mentioned by the lady, that this area has, a matter of fact, I have a house on one street over that is a double, and maybe it was grandfathered in, but it has two driveways. So I'm here today to request an additional curb cut. Of course, we have that one for the one side, but we are now requesting an additional curb cut to provide parking and access to the other side. Like I said, they have new doubles that they just built in that area that have the similar layout that I have, and they have 2 curb cuts there already. This is, like I said, this is just an area that I wanted to invest in because I grew up in this area. And I'm just basically doing what's already there. And I just need the approval to continue or even start the construction of this property, because this property that I have is a Nora property that I got from the auction. And I have a set time to get this property developed. I got an extension for 6 months to construct this building. So what I'm asking is, just like I said, just an additional curb cut, which it fits the neighborhood, because the houses that are there now have those 2 driveways there. And I do have 12 feet on each side. I think the driveways are maybe 7. So even with those driveways being there, I'm still gonna have a little yard on the side of the driveways. Some of those properties that's in that area don't have yard on the side of the driveways. It's just a straight driveway. So I am providing access. If you can look at the plans, you can see I have a 12 feet on each side. And also I have maybe about 4 feet, 5 feet that's on the side of that driveway, so we can have access, so we won't be directly we could be kind of separated from the neighbors. With that being said, like I said, it fits the neighborhood. We developed these plans to fit the neighborhood. This is the area I came from, and I don't want to make it extremely different from everything else. But this is what I grew up with. This is what I saw. We fit the houses. My house, my other house is on the other street, maybe right behind that one, and it fits the exact layout. Thank you. That'll be all for me.
Thank you. Are there any questions from board members?
Yeah, just a quick question back to staff. On your response to criteria 6, you do make mention that as it pertains to the 2-family dwellings, yes, the proposed two-family dwellings cannot be situated on a similar development without providing those 2 driveways. But then you try to establish that the hardship isn't met because it should be developed as a single family. Is that correct?
The hardship part is not met because it could be developed as a single family dwelling. It doesn't, in other words, not granting the variance would not remove all possible development options.
Yes, but even in the permitted use structure, a 2-family, and this is a 2-family district, that's
Correct.
actual length. I mean, it's considered a two-family residential district. So
Mhm.
I think this is one of these cases when I don't know. I see this as more of an error in terms of how this can be interpreted for this zoning district. If it's already
Okay.
labeled as a two-family district, understanding that in other applications we've had in the previous months, where
Mhm.
we've pushed back on people coming in and attempting to do tandem parking for the separate units, we deny them that request. But in this case, this is someone actually trying to put in the two driveways um, in order to support the units. And traditionally in New Orleans East, I know we do try to move to have the parking more off-street as opposed to on-street as a development pattern in the area. So I'm just trying to understand the justification there on 6 to try to
Well,
restrict the use to single family as opposed to double.
in the body of the report, I do mention that, you know, that's a predominant pattern there. Lots of, many of the houses, many of the lots have 2 driveways. You know, that's how the neighborhood was originally developed. I think what this basically boils down to is the fact that that one small requirement in the CZO that says that only one curb cut. And I think that's the reason why this came before you to begin with. Every other thing, you know, it complies in every other way except the depth, but you know, that's the depth of the lot. There's nothing that can be done about that. But this one would not have come before you but for that particular article and section, that particular regulation that limits the number of curb cuts to 1.
Okay.
I don't know, maybe Emily, could you weigh in on this? Maybe, and probably explain it better than I.
Sure. And I apologize. Can you reiterate the question?
So here's my concern, and I was actually going to bring it to you next, Emily. I think this is something. Is the text amendment window still open in a CZO? I know that there was a series of text amendments that were going to be up for review within the CZO.
Yes, I believe it still is. Kind of like the huge list of CZO amendments.
The ever-growing list, I'm sure.
Yeah, I believe it still is.
Do you know if there's any language that's been considered where if the two-family dwellings are allowed as a permitted use, that 2 curb cuts can be provided for on given lots?
That I don't know. I can try to look into this, you know, between now and when we take up this item after recess. But I mean, my general understanding is, you know, our office is trying to move towards encouraging more housing. And so, you know, we're looking at ways to make that easier for people. So I will certainly take a look at that.
And the reason why I'm bringing this up is if that's not on that list, I think this is something that should be strongly brought up for consideration, especially in two-family districts. If we're gonna have this type of requirement where only a single driveway is permitted, I think we're inherently restricting the development pattern to only be single family as opposed to 2. So just something to put out there. And I think that's also a justification on how to address criteria 6, as well as 1 and 4, in my opinion.
Yeah, Todd, and I think just looking at it, it feels like, again, the reason it works particularly here is because the lots are, you know, wider than typical. And so it leaves you, you know, I would understand that having multiple curb cuts on, you know, uptown is a problem because, you know, your width of your lot is 30 or whatever. And so in this case, it really deserves to be looked at, particularly here, because I mean, I just zoom out and looked at the site plan, the aerial photograph, and I sure has a lot of precedence. A lot of the pattern is like this, but in this one, it makes, I mean, you can understand that the street's still very usable for actually street parking, right? For visitors and things like that, because the driveways are so apart, you know. So,
yeah.
Yeah, and I just took a virtual drive up the street, and I think it's 4971 Rhodes is like brand new and has the
Yeah.
2 driveways. And I'm wondering if because maybe there was an existing curb cut, they didn't trigger this because it follows the pattern of that whole block.
Yeah, and just to chime in, absolutely. Like Todd said, the development pattern kind of this development is synonymous with what's already found in this area. It's kind of really almost a technical oversight that the curb cut is triggering all of this conversation. And it's definitely something that should be addressed next time the CZO is up for review, because it would alleviate a lot of headaches. This is perfect for this area. It's my 2 cents.
Any other questions from board members? Seeing none, we can go to the next item.
Okay, the next item is item number 7, BZA docket 082 for a property located at 3700 Metropolitan Street. We have Lawrence William and his daughter Bianca Jones signed up to speak on behalf of this application. Following the staff presentation, you will have 5 minutes to present. Kelly?
Thank you. The next item, BZA docket 8220, is for a property located at 3700 Metropolitan Street. This request is for variances from the provisions of Article 13.3.A1 in Table 13-2 for the front yard setback. This is a variance to permit the construction of a single-family residence with an insufficient front yard setback. In accordance with Article 13, Table 13-2, the SRD district requires single-family residences to be set back 20 feet from the property line. The applicant's proposal fails to meet this requirement and would provide a front yard setback of 15 feet and 2 inches, thus requiring a waiver of 4 feet, 10 inches. The applicant is therefore requesting the waiver of Article 13, and based on the report and the surrounding area and research conducted by staff, the staff believes the request does satisfy the 9 criteria as they pertain to the requested variance, and therefore the staff recommends approval subject to 3 provisos.
Okay, Bianca Jones, or I see Bianca Williams on the list here. You have 5 minutes to present. Mr. Lawrence, are you on the call?
They have me muted. Can y'all hear me?
We can hear you now.
Good morning. So we started this process in February, and we had to resubmit the application. Everything that the city is asking us to submit, we have submitted it, and the contractors have changed it several times, but it's still not meeting the criteria. This is the reason for why we had to do the application for it to go before the board. So with that being said, we're just trying to figure out, like, we keep changing it. They keep saying it's not the same. We have done everything on our part to get it in variance and code so we can be able to be issued our permit so we can continue to finish building.
Is that the end of your comments, ma'am?
Yes. And no, so with that being said, like all the other houses that's in the area, they all are our houses. So we just trying to figure out like what else could be done, like past is going before the board. And us getting a clearance so we can get our permit, so we can finish building.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Are there any questions or comments from board members?
Just to confirm, Ms. Williams, you are aware that it's recommended for approval, correct?
Say it again.
you are aware that it's recommended for approval?
Yes, that's what we're trying to do, get an approval so we can get the permit.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments from board members? Seeing none, we can move to the next item.
Okay, item 8, BZA docket 083-20 was withdrawn. The next item is item number 9, BZA docket 084-20 for a property located at 611 Commerce Street. We have Ken Gowland signed up to speak on behalf of this application. Following the staff presentation, the applicant will have 5 minutes to present. Travis?
Request is for a variance of Article 22, Section 22.7, Table 22-3 of the CZO to permit a hotel with insufficient off-street loading spaces. The applicant is proposing to construct a 27,152 square foot, six-story hotel. The hotel would feature 23 two-bedroom hotel units, a small reception area, and an on-site laundry and linen service. The proposed hotel would have 54 feet of frontage on Commerce Street, which is a 14-foot single-lane one-way road that travels between Girard and Lafayette Streets. There is no on-street parking or shoulder space on Commerce Street.
Travis, 1 second. Staff, can y'all mute the open mics so we don't have any more interruption? Thank you.
Article 22, Section 22.7 requires that all commercial uses between 10,000 square feet and 100,000 square feet of gross floor area provide one off-street loading space. The proposed use as a hotel with 27,152 square feet of gross floor area is required one off-street loading space. The applicant is proposing to provide 0 off-street loading spaces and is therefore requesting a variance for insufficient off-street loading spaces. Based on this report, the staff believes that the requested variance meets all 9 criteria of the standards for variances and recommends approval subject to 4 or 3 provisos.
Ken Gowland is signed up to speak on behalf of this application. You now have 5 minutes to present.
Hey guys, can you hear me?
Yes.
I just want to thank staff for its careful consideration of this application and detailed analysis of the conditions at this extremely unique site. You know, really, I'm here to answer any questions with regards to this. I mean, this is an extremely unique infill site that we have on probably one of the more unique public right-of-ways in New Orleans. With the limited 54 foot of frontage on Commerce Street. We did take special consideration in the planning of this project to offset any potential impacts. And as Mr. Martin pointed out, we've included on-site laundry facilities, on-site trash and refuse and recycling capabilities. And this is all done to minimize any impacts to the surrounding area. It's a relatively small site, under 5,000 square feet of area. In addition, you know, we know that these problems have occurred on Commerce Street before. The adjacent Cambria Hotel, which would have required 3 off-street loading docks for that project, had their loading provisions waived in their process of bringing that project to fruition. So what we feel like we're asking for here is pretty minimal. Again, we don't have any high impact uses with this. There is no restaurant, there is no bar, there is no meeting rooms or any other assembly facilities associated with this hotel project. We are also, our owners are also working to make sure that any trash removal, which is the only planned activity at the site, would occur during any off-peak times. So this would be in the evenings after 5 o'clock is when they would contract with their waste removal company for what we would see is a small amount of waste removed 1 to 2 times a week. If you guys have any questions, I'm available to answer them.
Thank you. And any questions from board members? And seeing none, we can move to the next item.
Okay, we will now begin with new business for safety and permits decision appeals. The next item is item number 10, BZA docket 085-20 for a property located at 631 Broadway Street. Katie Swartout is signed up to speak on behalf of this application. Following the safety and permit staff presentation, the applicant will have 5 minutes to present. And BZA docket 085-20 is an appeal of the decision of the Director of Department of Safety and Permits as per Article 4, Section 4.8 of the Comprehensive Zoning Ordinance regarding the factual determination of bedroom count for the purposes of applying the newly created University Area Off-Street Parking IZD regarding permit number 2021972RNVN. The Department of Safety and Permits now has the opportunity to present.
Good morning, board. Just going to briefly go over the summary report we submitted. This is a complicated issue, so I want to make sure I go through this in its entirety. The Department of Safety and Permits issued a structural renovation permit number 20-21972-RNVN, hereinafter the permit, for the property located at 631 Broadway Street, which we'll refer to as the property. Subsequently, Keith Hardy, a neighbor, filed a request for a zoning verification regarding the number of bedrooms existing on the property at the time the property was sold to the applicant. The department reviewed information provided by both the requester and the applicant and determined that it could not verify that the dwelling had more than 7 bedrooms at the time of purchase based on the available information. A stop work order was issued by the department pending the submission of revised plans showing either 1, a reduction in the number of proposed bedrooms from 12 to 7, or 2, the provision of an additional parking spot for each bedroom over 7. The permit applicant and the appellant herein has lodged this appeal of that zoning determination. The zoning interpretation and subsequent appeal presented an issue of first impression to the Department of Safety and Permits, namely how to determine whether a room should be classified as a bedroom in a vacant home for the purposes of the University Area Interim Off-Street Parking Zoning District, which is a mouthful, so we'll call it the IZD, adopted March 5th, 2020 as motion M2080. As the IDZ does not yet appear on the CZO's website, we've attached a copy to our packet for everyone's convenience. The IZD requires permittees to provide an additional parking space for any increase in the number of bedrooms in a property. The IZD applies to new construction and to substantial renovations, which are defined differently under the IZD than they are elsewhere in city code. The applicant in this case sought to renovate an existing multifamily property located at 631 Broadway. The project clearly meets the definition of substantial renovation in the IZD, and therefore the IZD applies. The applicant purchased the property prior to the adoption of the IZD, and the property was vacant at the time the IZD passed. The applicant requested the department provide them with a zoning determination, and actually that's an error, I'm sorry. It should say that a neighbor requested that the department provide them with a zoning verification as to what number of bedrooms in the property would be considered pre-existing, with the understanding that each new bedroom, not included in this count of pre-existing bedrooms, would require the provision of 1 new parking spot on the property. The department viewed evidence submitted by the applicant as well as by neighbors of the property, and the chief zoning official inspected the property personally. Because this was the first interpretation related to the IZD, the department had 2 decisions to make: how the number of bedrooms in a property should be determined by the department, and 2, under that methodology, how many bedrooms were pre-existing at 631 Broadway. After extensive review of supporting materials, the department ultimately respected the dictates in the CZO that whenever these regulations contain an actual implied or apparent conflict with other laws or regulations, including an internal conflict within this ordinance, the more restrictive regulation applies unless otherwise specified. Interpreting this IZD restrictively and conservatively, the department verified the pre-existing status of only the bedrooms that all parties agreed had been located on the property previously. While the applicant presented evidence that other rooms may or may not have been used as bedrooms, the evidence was not conclusive. The department recognizes that in presenting such evidence, the applicant was at a disadvantage, as the IZD was not in effect when the property was in use, and therefore there was no reason to document the specific use of each room. The policy goals of the IZD notwithstanding, the department frankly admits that determining the number of bedrooms in use in a property at any given time is extremely difficult. There are no defining characteristics of bedrooms absent furnishings in use. While building code requires that bedrooms include a means of egress and a smoke detector, much of the city's pre-existing housing stock was developed before such regulations applied. Many bedrooms include a closet, but many do not. Furthermore, rooms that were constructed to be used as bedrooms may be used otherwise as a study or office, game room, home gym, or any number of other non-bedroom uses. It seems that in any property, the owner must meticulously document the use of each room so that the department can properly acquire parking for any variance from that documented use. Frequently, by the time a permit application is submitted, the property is no longer being used, so historical documentation would be paramount. In this case, the department was fortunate enough to have evidence provided by both the applicant and by the prior owner as to the number of rooms used as bedrooms on the property. In most cases under the IZD, that likely will not be possible. The neighbors of this property went to lengths to contact the prior owner in order to secure his statement. Many times that will simply not be possible or accurate records will not exist. After extensive deliberations about this issue, the department determined that in this specific case, where statements regarding the use from both the prior owner and the current applicant exist, the CZO's requirement that the department employ the most restrictive interpretation means that only the bedrooms agreed upon by both parties could be verified as pre-existing. The department believes that each determination under the IZD will be similarly complex and will require a great deal of thought regarding methodology. The department urges the council, as they seek to incorporate the IZD into a permanent part of the CZO, to consider this question and to include clear and objective metrics so that all parties, neighbors, applicants, and the department staff can understand how the number of existing bedrooms will be and should be calculated. In this specific case, the department has sympathy for the applicant. Required by the sudden adoption of the IZD to supply documentation that was not gathered when it was available, the applicant was put at a disadvantage. This project was conceived and financial resources expended by the applicant based on the CZO as it existed prior to the IZD. The IZD, imposed 1 week before applicants submitted their permit application, clearly caught the applicant unawares. The ability of an IZD to become immediately effective is unique among all of the city's other zoning laws, which require public notice and ample time for debate, and is meant to serve as an emergency measure to protect the life, safety, and welfare of the public while new permanent zoning laws are debated and reviewed. Due to its emergency nature, it presents burdens upon permit applicants that do not exist in the traditional process. Until clearer criteria that can be objectively applied by all parties in determining the number of bedrooms covered by the IZD is adopted by the council, the department is bound by the CZO's requirement that the department keep to the most restrictive interpretation of conflicting laws. Reviewing the applicant's appeal, the department acknowledges that the statement it mistakenly believed was a sworn statement was not duly sworn, despite being styled as such. The department also appreciates the affidavits provided by the applicant, which provide room for the possibility of the rooms used as bedrooms, but not proof that the rooms were actually used in that manner. Unfortunately, however, in the absence of guidance that allows the department to make a reasoned decision as to probable or legal uses, and which restricts us to actual use and to the most restrictive interpretation, the department feels that its hands are tied. As such, the department believes that its interpretation in this matter may be upheld by the board.
Okay, the applicant now has 5 minutes to present.
Hi, thank you, Ashley. Can everyone hear me okay? Great. I'm using some headphones and I wanted to make sure they're not cutting out. I appreciate everything that Ashley and the Department of Safety and Permits has put into this so far. As she said, this is a new interpretation. This is the first time it has to be determined. So I want to clarify that this is not a request for a variance of the IZD. This is just to make sure that the rules that were implemented are properly implemented and applied here. As you heard, this is a property at 631 Broadway Street. It was purchased at the end of January. At that time, the purchasers went through and saw that it previously had 8 municipal addresses and 8 meters. Although currently at that time operating with 5 units, 2 of them were vacant during the walkthroughs and at the sale time. Afterwards, they sold it, and they actually did have someone reside in the property in one of the units for over 30 days until after such time as the IZD went into effect. So that's one point of clarification from what Ashley just said. The structure was not vacant at the time the IZD went in. There was one person residing in the residence. Now, what's important to note, as she just said, the definitions of the IZD are different from all the rest of the definitions and requirements of other codes that pre-existed it. Previously, there has been no definition of a bedroom. The only way to determine a bedroom is by the other building codes, etc., such as having 7 feet in every direction, having a means of ingress and egress, which is normally defined as having a door in and at least one window out. Sometimes there's a closet, sometimes they're not. It has to be fully conditioned, meaning proper ventilation, etc. So you can't just say that your garage was a bedroom unless it's properly, conditioned, etc. During the walkthrough of this, all of the rooms at issue already existed. So to be clear, everything existed without the need to change or modify anything. These all existed and they were all fully conditioned. They all met all requirements previously necessary for being bedrooms. And like I said, during the walkthrough, so the bedrooms at issue have been labeled 1 through 12 on the documents that were attached. The rooms at issue are 4, 6, 7, 11, and 12. At the time that the now property owners purchased this and had people walk through and see it, rooms 4 and 6 were not occupied at all. So by that definition, there's no furniture there. There's no one there to tell them this has any other use than a bedroom. It fits every other requirement of a bedroom. It's not a shared space. It's not a walkthrough. There's closets. There's bathrooms right attached to them, etc. So we go through all this, and then the IZD comes into effect after the owner has purchased it, after the owner has acquired it and possessed it, and while someone is currently living there. So our contention here is that it's the intent of the owner as to what a room is used for and as, because it is their design and their intention. And along with that, I'd like to draw your attention to the definition of use in the CZO 26.6. The purpose or activity for which land or a structure is designed, arranged, or intended, or for which it is occupied or maintained. So this intention, design, and purpose behind it is actually defined in the ordinances. And that is exactly what the owner had at the time of purchase, at the time the IZD went into effect, and at the time of submitting their application. Further, I'd like to draw your attention that when interpreting the zoning laws, there's a case called Palm Air Civic Association versus Syncor International Corporation. Ashley, if you're listening, it's 709 Southern 2D 258. And it says in there, the first principle of zoning law is that because zoning ordinances are in derogation of a citizen's constitutionally protected right to own and use his property, they must be construed when subject to more than one reasonable interpretation, according to the interpretation which allows the least restricted use of the property.
If you could bring your comments close.
Absolutely. For this reason, we very much appreciate everyone's time in this and looking through them. We think that existing rooms that did not need any changes to them, 4, 6, 7, 11, and 12 could and should be considered as existing bedrooms under the IZD. And we would appreciate you all looking into it and determining whether the number of bedrooms meets, at the very least, to say that this structure that historically had 8 meters and 8 units would only have 7 ultimate bedrooms seems in derogation of the constitutional rights of these property owners who bought it with that understanding. And if there's any questions, I'd be glad to front them.
Thank you. Are there any questions from board members? Seeing none, can we go to the next item?
Okay, so this concludes our presentation of dockets. The board will now recess for 30 minutes. At the end of the 30 minutes, we'll return at 12:08 p.m. I'm sorry, 12:38 p.m.
Let's just so like last time, Valerie, let's just round it up. Let's just come back at 12:30.
12:30, yeah, okay. Consideration of dockets, including public comments, will begin at 12:30. Please refer to the screen for public comment rules, and public comments will be accepted until the close of the 30-minute recess.
Okay, so before y'all go on break, I have a question. So did we get approved or not for 30, for
As Ms. Goins was just explaining, the first part of the process is for the reports to be read into the record.
Okay.
We'll have a 30-minute recess where there'll be public comment, followed by any rebuttals, if applicable, from applicants, and then the actual items will be voted upon by the board.
Okay, thank you so very much. So y'all resuming back at 12:30?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Would the board make a motion to recess for 30 minutes?
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved by Commissioner James, second by Commissioner Gonzalez, to recess for 30 minutes. Roll call vote, Todd James.
Yes.
Tamara Eggins. Yes. Sorry. Jose Alvarez.
Yes.
Ramiro Diaz.
Yes.
Alfonso Gonzalez.
Yay.
Matthew Rufo.
Yes.
And Candace Forrest. Yes. 7 yeas, no nays. We'll break for recess and return at 12:30. Are we ready to get started?
I'm waiting on Emily.
I can't hear you, Val. I think you're on mute.
I can hear Valerie. Can you hear me, Candace?
Okay.
Candace.
Sorry, it was me.
We're waiting on Emily and the comments.
Okay, sorry about that.
No worries.
Sorry, I'm here. I think we were waiting on Missy, but I think because we have quorum, maybe we can go ahead with returning from recess.
Sorry, I'm here. I was getting myself ready. Hold on.
Thank you.
Yeah, if we have a quorum, we can start.
Okay, would the board consider a motion to return from recess?
Todd James, so moves.
I'll second. This is Ramiro Diaz.
Thank you. It's been moved by Commissioner James, second by Commissioner Diaz to return from recess. A roll call vote. Todd James.
Yes.
Tamara Eggins.
Yes.
Jose Alvarez.
Yes.
Ramiro Diaz.
Yes.
Alfonso Gonzalez.
Yay.
Matthew Rufo.
Yes.
And Candace Forrest, yes. 7 yeas, no nays. The motion carries. We are out of recess.
Okay, and the public comment form is now closed. We will begin with consideration of dockets and public comments portion of the meeting. So we're just waiting for that now. Okay, so it looks like they were just sent out. I'm just going to check my email. Okay, so there were no public comments for item number 1. The first item number 1 is 04620. It's for variance to permit the construction of a mixed-use development, a place of worship, single-family residence with insufficient off-street parking. As a reminder to the board, the staff recommendation was for approval. And there were no public comments, so no need for rebuttal.
Thank you. Were there any additional questions or comments from board members? Seeing none, is there a motion?
If a motion's in order.
Yes, proceed.
Madam Chair, with regards to BZA docket 046-20, my motion is to accept the staff's recommendation that it believes that the staff believes the request for variance of Article 22, Section 22.4.A, Table 22-1 for off-street vehicle parking and bicycle parking requirements meets 9 of the 9 criteria and move for approval with the 4 noted provisos.
Jose Alvarez will second.
Is it 4 provisos or 3?
I believe Aspen said 1 had been removed.
Yes, right.
That's correct. Yeah, 3.
Correct. So I'll modify my motion for the third, for 3 provisos, excuse me. And I think that was removal of, was that removal of the last proviso?
Correct. They've already subdivided the property.
Correct. Thank you.
Alvarez seconds.
Thank you. It's been moved by Commissioner James, second by Commissioner Alvarez to approve the requested waiver for docket number 046-20 with 3 noted provisos, finding that the 9 criteria have been met. Roll call vote. Todd James.
Yes.
Tamara Eggins.
Yes.
Jose Alvarez.
Yes.
Ramiro Diaz.
Yes.
Alfonso Gonzalez,
Yay.
Matthew Rufo,
Yes.
thank you, and Candace Forrest, yes. 7 yeas, no nays, the motion carries. Next item.
Okay, the next item is item number 606620. It's a request for variances to permit a single-family residence with parking space in the front yard with insufficient stall width, insufficient stall depth, insufficient setback from the lot line, and resulting in insufficient permeable open space. This is an after-the-fact request, and as a reminder to the board, the staff recommendation is for denial. We do have public comments for this item. Just a moment. Okay, and first public comment is in support of the application. And Bennett, I'm sorry, at 5524 Garfield Street. From, okay, it's her same information to Esper Nero, dear to zoning board as to docket number BZA 06620 concerning the house at 1435 Joseph. I want to write in support of leaving the driveway where it is. I have lived around the corner on Garfield for 41 years, and there is no reason to change the footprint that's already there. It's been like that for maybe 7 or 8 years, and it's much needed in this neighborhood. Garfield presents a problem in regards to parking, since we can't park 2 cars across from each other without parking on the sidewalk. Therefore, the more cars that are off the street on Joseph, the more places we have to park. Thank you, Anna Betts, 5524 Garfield Street. The next item is in support of this application, Melanie McGrath, 5523 Hurst Street. Dear New Orleans Zoning Board, Aspen Nero, regarding docket number BZA 06620. This address is 1435 Joseph Street. I'm writing in regarding 1435 Joseph Street. As I understand, there is an issue with the driveway at that house, which the zoning board is considering. I do not understand why this driveway in particular is an issue, as the home next door has a driveway adjacent to the driveway in question. Moreover, several homes on the block, which is around the corner from me, have driveways in the front of the property, particularly in front of the home, and on the other side of the home. Having off-street parking for a home would seem to be the best interest of all neighbors, as streets are narrow and on-street parking can be issues at times. I have no objection to parking on the property of this address, as the parking was there before the current owner purchased the property. I do not understand why the parking was not grandfathered in, or why there is an issue not resolved prior to the sale of the property. I hope that this might be some help to you as you consider the resolution to this matter. Respectfully, Melanie L. McGrath, PhD, 5523 Hurst Street, New Orleans, Louisiana, 70115-504-899-5169. In support of this application, Anna Margarita Saez, 5508 Hurst Street, New Orleans, from Anna Margarita Saez, AMSAENZ@cox.net. Subject neighborhood support, date December 11th, 2020 at 6:31 p.m. Central Standard Time to Aspen Nero at NOLA.gov. Dear Ms. Nero, this note is in regard to docket number BZA 066 with the address 1435 Joseph Street. I am writing in support of not requiring demolition of the driveway. I live nearby and see no reason to demolish this functional driveway. Best, Anna Saez, 5507 Hurst Street. In support of this application, Lisa Meerman, 5530 Garfield Street, New Orleans. Nola Lisa, Sunday, December 13th, 5:36 p.m., 16 hours ago, to Aspen Nero. Me, to whom it may concern. My name is Lisa Meerman. I live at 5530 Garfield Street in New Orleans, Louisiana, 70115, which is around the corner from 1435 Joseph Street. I am writing to state that I have no objection to the driveway that is currently on the property of 1435 Joseph Street and do not think that it should be removed. I am also confused as to why this is even being brought up. My understanding is that the period for this to have been addressed has already expired. I am unclear why this is being reopened at all. It is also my understanding that the measurements that this issue is based on are inaccurate, and that accurate calculations would show that there is no violation in the first place. Additionally, someone who relies on street parking in the area, removal of the existing driveway will result in fewer options of those of us without driveways. Sincerely, Lisa Meerman. In support of this application, Claudia Cope.
Valerie, since this is the
Yeah.
applicant, I'm not sure if we're supposed to receive further communication from them at this time. I think she's requesting to submit a photograph, if I read this comment correctly.
That's correct. She emailed the staff the photograph during recess. And we let her know that applicants aren't entitled to additional time unless there's a rebuttal.
Okay, yeah, so if we could go ahead to the opposition.
Okay. In opposition of this application, Karen Giger Eustace, 1444 Joseph Street, New Orleans, 70115. This is a variance. This variance is not line. It exceeds the maximum amount of impervious surface. It occupies too great a percentage of the front yard, and it is in front of the facade of a century-old house. This variance would be the sole benefit of the owner of this property, which is not going to be the owner occupied. The dimensions that appears in the the appearance of the property for surrounding homeowners and the tout ensemble of the neighborhood, allowing egregious, I can't say the word, egregious, I know what it is, I just can't say it. Zoning violations only encourages others to flaunt them. Egregious. And that's the end of the comments.
Thank you. So there was opposition, so I believe the applicant has an opportunity to rebut.
That is correct.
Okay, thank you. Again, I'm Claudia Cope. It's very interesting that Karen would write this letter. I sent a photo of her front yard in my application materials. She has a driveway that is 20 feet wide. 8.5 feet of it are in front of her facade, and over 50% of her front yard is paved. And she's lived in the house for quite a while. So if these, the amount of pavement and such were a real concern of hers, she may have looked to her own house first. But regardless of that, she didn't like the original owner of the house. I mean, the person who put the driveway in. So, you know, this is just a continuation of that same dislike of the driveway. I did ask to send a photo of the neighboring driveway that was actually mentioned in Lisa Meerman's comment letter here in the comment section. It shows that the house at 1431 Joseph, right next to mine, they were originally built as mirror image twins, and the two driveways are almost identical. They're placed the same way on the lot, and their driveway is a little wider than our driveway. It's slightly in front of the facade. It's front yard parking. Their driveway was put in 2014 also. But they never received any violations or anything like that. They didn't have a permit to put it in. There's no variance that was requested to have front yard parking or anything like that. No one's ever objected to their driveway that I know of. I've never heard anyone say anything about it. Everyone's happy with that driveway. I don't see why our driveway is being singled out as being a problem. So many other houses have front yard parking in the area, including the 3 houses closest to mine, and facade blocking parking. But the override, besides all these details of what violations are in place and not, the main things are that the house is not subject to it's a non-conforming use now. The driveway is non-conforming. It is the prescription period, which was in place, has passed. The prescription period starts on the day of the violation. That's clear in the law. And the matter was closed in public records. The violation was marked as being closed when I bought the house. So I bought the house with the understanding that I did have a driveway that would remain. And of course, you know, the new laws and things like that are not applicable. The new CZO, it runs under the old CZO. I've also gotten another citation from the Department of Safety and Permits for these same violations, smaller number of them, but the same violations. And I'm not sure what that was all about, but it appears that should be negated also because of the same reasons. The law is clear. The fairness aspect of it is pretty strong. You know, it will cost me money to remove the driveway. The house is worth less with a driveway. The rent I can charge is less with the house is worth less without a driveway. The rent I can charge is less without a driveway. So rather than having a special privilege by the driveway remaining there, all I'm asking is that I have what a normal person who buys a house with a driveway will have, and that is a driveway that is usable. I mean, and there was no way for me to know that the violation was still outstanding when I purchased the house. It may have made a difference in my calculus. It was certainly reduced the value I would have been willing to pay for the house. So I know this is veering off a little bit, but I hope you all had a chance to read my lawyer's letter, which was left out before, and take a look at the graphics that I sent, the driveway survey, which shows how many houses have non-conforming driveways. I think it was 83% of the houses have driveways, and the vast majority of them are non-conforming, with a quarter of those houses in the immediate area, 96 houses surveyed.
If you could bring comments to a close.
Okay, have out of the houses with driveways, 24% of them have front yard parking. So it's not at all out of the character of the neighborhood. It's very commonly enjoyed. So I thank you for your attention and for your careful consideration of this matter. I've worked hard to try to present all the facts as they are, and I appreciate all the hard work that you folks have put in also. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Cope. I just wanted to clarify, I know you mentioned some points. I just wanted to make clear that the reference to the financial aspect of the loss in value of the property with or without a driveway is not something that we can consider in making our decision. The financial impacts are not part of what we consider, whether it's related to hardship or any aspect of our decision. Also, you've referenced a couple of other sites that may or may not meet the requirements of properly having a driveway, and those properties are not properly before us. That's not what we're considering your specific property, and the ones as referenced by staff that we can with certainty speak to whether or not they're appropriate. We can't say if another driveway meets the standards or doesn't without additional information. So we don't want to opine on something that may or may not be accurate. I would like to ask legal, Ms. Quigley, I forgot in the initial discussion, the question around legal non-conforming status, and just wanted to clarify whether or not this property has met the standards to be considered legal non-conforming.
I don't have the specific dates in front of me. I can go back and look, but basically it's in a historic district, but the historic district was created in, I want to say October of 2017. So if the violations were to have the violations get the 5-year prescriptive period, because well, if the violations started before 2017, they get the 5-year prescriptive period. However, whenever the city continues to prosecute a violation, that interrupts prescription. And so therefore, if they continued, and safety and permits can answer these questions, but if they continue to cite them, then it interrupts the prescriptive period.
But the violation was closed.
And the last question, Ms. Quigley, not really a question, but in reviewing the communication from the applicant's lawyer, there were some legal comments that were made. And rather than me just saying whether or not they were accurate, I just wanted to, we've kind of talked a little bit about some of them. I mean, we've addressed the prescriptive period. And we did clarify that the prescriptive period was 10 years and not 5 years.
No.
I'm asking staff.
It depends on when the question of the citation against this property owner started.
And the citation was in 2014, the initial citation.
Was there was subsequent citations though? Am I correct?
No.
I thought because it was prior to 2017 that it was a 10-year prescriptive period and not a 5-year. Am I misunderstanding?
That was what we had discussed earlier. I thought
That's what I thought.
Because it was prior to 2017, it was 10 years.
No, you got it backwards.
Ms. Cope, excuse me one second, Aspen. Ms. Cope, right now the board has the floor and we're in conversations with the staff and legal. If we do have a question of you, we will ask of you to speak at that time.
Aspen.
Yeah, so I just want to bring up an email from Nick. So the adjudication process for this, so like it was filed in 2014. The adjudication didn't take place in 2016. So based on Nick Kindle, like the zoning administrator, his understanding is that the 5-year prescription period would not even reach until January 2021. So it would still, even without the continuation because of the adjudication, it's the 5 years still lies.
Right. Okay. That's where we were going with it. So the violation was issued in 2014, but it was continued to be proceeded until 2016. So it would be 5 years from 2016.
Okay. So it is 5 years, but the date that it starts is 2016, not 2014.
Right. And if it would have started in 2017, then it would have been 10 years because it was a historic district in 2017.
Okay. Thank you. Were there any other questions from board members?
Yeah, this is a question for, did you have one, Todd?
No, go ahead, Rami, you got
it. In regards to the lien or the action, whatever the thing that was in the letter from the lawyer, the notice of administrative judgment that was issued in 2016, what does that mean exactly? And how does that hold to the property? Like this whole issue about whether or not they knew that there was this lien. I mean, where does that show up and how does that all work? Because I've never actually seen this side of it. this other side of it. So I'm a little confused myself.
So when there's a violation issued, it goes to Chapter 6 adjudication, and there's a hearing, and then the property owner is allowed to present evidence at the hearing to contest the violations, and then the hearing officer will issue either a fine or prescribe some corrective action or both. And then if that's not done within a certain amount of time, the judgment is filed in the property record and is recorded against the property.
So what was the result then? Was it filed against it? I mean, I'm not great at reading all these
I
title
think the
things.
question comes because it seems like, I guess what is presented in that attorney's letter is that at the time in which the purchase of the property happened, there was absolutely no lien or anything indicating that the property in fact had an issue. And that's kind of I guess the point that they're trying to make through that letter, that there's a hardship in the sense to the applicant, in a way that there was no public records in which this property could have shown that was ongoing.
I will
whether
say,
whether or not it happened or not happened, and whether it was in violation, there was nothing tracking that to the point that it showed up on the underwriting.
And I guess the question to Ms. Quigley, I know that we've had situations before where there's been parking that has been determined wasn't properly done, and so the new owners have come after the fact. And normally it becomes a situation where they would have to go back to whether it's the prior owner to seek some type of legal recourse. But what is the legal duty to notify a property owner that there's possible violations of safety and permits or of the city code when you're purchasing a property?
that's going to be in the property disclosure report. There is a box you have to check. Case law has said that property owners buy property with knowledge of zoning regulations, whether they tacitly or overtly know them. Whenever we've had this in the context of this, we've had HDLC violations, VCC violations. This happens all the time. And basically the zoning follows the property. But the current owner is responsible for the violations. And then if they weren't caused by them, they have a private right of action against the previous owner.
Right. And so in this scenario, if this ultimately comes down where there's found to be a violation, then the current property owner would have recourse against could possibly, depending on all of the facts, have recourse against the prior owner if they didn't properly disclose this information.
Right. I don't know anything about.
Right. That's why I say could. It definitely would be dependent upon, all of the facts, but.
Correct.
Mm-hmm.
And even in that case, Chairwoman, I just my bigger point of concern, and I know most of the fellow commissioners have heard me push back on this quite a bit, when we get into some substandard conditions where if we created a parking stall, we still can't grant the right of it encroaching into the public right of way.
Right. Right. Even with all of these facts, we still run into that issue that it's still a deficient parking space.
Correct. And I mean, let's say if we were to establish some hardship from what was provided through the legal opinion, I think that only helps to address maybe the permeable parking. And excuse me, I'm trying to make sure I pull back up everything that's within the report. That may only help to address the permeability issues across the front yard, as opposed to the actual parking itself.
Mm-hmm.
Because once again, even while she may be demonstrating in an image that a vehicle fits in the front, it still does encroach beyond that, even if it's only 3.5 feet.
And I mean, looking at the pictures, it would just be that vehicle. Anything any larger than that, it's hard to tell where the public right of way starts, but looking at the lines, I mean, anything any larger than that could physically encroach on the public right of way.
And so Ms. Cope, just for your benefit, I mean, I do appreciate the photos that you did provide. Keep in mind that if we were to establish this as to be allowed, it's not necessarily limited to this vehicle, much to what the chairman was speaking to. Let's say if the next property owner or your next vehicle is substantially larger, it then does encroach beyond what you see is the joint line of where the sidewalk is provided. So we still have a responsibility to protect what is still considered the public right of way. Who's to say that the sideway wouldn't be moved at a later date? We have to still keep these things in mind.
Yes, sir, I understand that. But just like with any other parking space, if your vehicle is too large to fit properly, you park elsewhere.
So Ms. Cope, just to that point, that's why the parking stall dimension standards are set up of the 18 feet by 8.5. That is with consideration of all standard vehicle sizes. Only thing that would not fit inside of that would be some form of a commercial vehicle.
And I mean, just to kind of further that point, the issue remains that it's not about the physical size of individual vehicles. It's about what's legally required for a parking space. And this parking space, even if you were to take all of the other points into consideration and see where there may be a reason to have to allow for this parking space, it still would not be legally compliant, and it would the dimensions of the parking space, not the dimensions of a vehicle, but the dimensions of what's legally required for a parking space would not fit within the area and not encroach on, without encroaching on the public right of way.
I understand. I understand.
Question to staff, only because, and Aspen, thank you for acknowledging that the letter was received ahead of time so that we were able to put this into the report. If understanding the board's consideration of that letter and how it may impact the permeability issues in the front yard, and let's say if it was an older condition, how would the report be any different if we were to allow the paved condition to remain, but if we were to modify this and ask them as a proviso to reinstate the curb cut, reinstate the curb?
So you're saying like if the permeability was no longer, like if those two were eliminated, well then you'd still have in front of you the fact that it's non-compliant in terms of it's in front of the front facade, and then also just the dimensions. So it's not 3 feet from it needs to be 3 feet from the property line. It's not long enough in length, and then it also isn't large enough in width for the actual parking pad. So there'd still be multiple violations that still would probably still get the same recommendation.
So maybe, all right, let's look at this differently. I'm saying that the only one that may apply is the first request based on the page 1 of the report. But then none of the other remaining items would apply. And if we were to make a recommendation to accept the waiver for just the minimum permeable open space and strike everything else, we would no longer be reviewing this as a parking pad. We would only be looking at it from a permeability standpoint, but then review and approve the permeability, but ask as a proviso for Ms. Cope to reinstate the standard curb profile. Is that a possibility?
So I think they don't have enough. So like you're saying, if they had enough, it depends if they have enough space, I guess. You're saying like if they could fit the vehicle, like the 18 feet?
No.
Just talking about, it's not even viewing it as a parking space anymore. It would just be viewed as paving.
Like
yeah.
Reinstating the curb cut.
Okay. So you're saying just to not view it as a parking space, but just to keep the concrete there. Okay. Got it. Yeah. So if they can, and it sounds like they are removing other concrete throughout the yard. So it looks like they might even be able to come into compliance. So yeah, if you were to grant the permeability, yeah, unless there's like a zoning violation that they can't have technically like a non-compliant, I guess, I don't know if that's a legal question then, because the parking still exists, whether or not it's considered just concrete or a parking pad. That's, I guess, illegal maybe.
And that's what I was thinking, like maybe if we could, if you put a proviso that they reinstate because they made a curb cut. So if they
Right, okay, so there's a room in the, yeah.
therefore it's not a driveway, it's just paving in the front yard.
Correct.
So yeah, I guess as long as legal is okay with that, then there can just be concrete if they come into compliance with the permeability, or you grant the permeability.
Correct. So Ms. Cope, what I'm at least trying to do is understanding what the legal position is that was provided, but please understand that again, it's hard for us to grant this as a parking stall because it's still, in order for it to be the area that will still be required still encroaches into the public right of way. So in order to reinforce the fact that this wouldn't be used in the future as a parking stall, we would ask that the curb be reinstated so that you would maintain the permeability as it's currently proposed, but no longer be allowed to park in the front yard.
I appreciate that. We can call it a patio instead of a parking pad.
Correct. But
Yes.
that means, please understand, that means you cannot park in that front yard.
I will not park in that front yard. Thank you. I do appreciate that. And then the curb goes back to the way it was before the driveway was.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, well, I'd be thrilled with that.
And just a question for staff in light of if that were to be what the decision is, are there any, I mean, obviously one proviso would be to replace the curb cut, but would there be any other additional provisos that would need to be added? Should that be the decision that we would arrive at?
If it's just considered like a piece of concrete, it wouldn't need to meet the property line stuff because it's just, like there's nothing against having a patio 3 feet from the property line. So I think that would meet all of them. Just the if you approve the permeability, then.
And I mean, I just want to make sure that we're okay with if this, coming to this discussion, I know that this wasn't originally considered as part of the staff reports. I just want to make sure that it's appropriate to take these steps at this point, or would there be a need to defer this for you to ensure that the decision would meet all of the other standards? Because I don't want us to make a decision and then we find out after that there may have been something that wasn't considered.
I think that if legal's okay with it, or if Emily or.
Do we need to check to make sure? So their idea is to allow the permeable paving and restore the curb cut. Therefore, there's no driveway. I think that's okay, but I haven't reviewed the CZO for that. So if you feel more comfortable reviewing the CZO before saying that's okay, then we should go ahead and defer it. We're discussing it in a public meeting, so we don't have to go back and redo the staff report. But if what we are proposing gives you pause that you aren't absolutely sure it meets all the zoning requirements, then we can go ahead and defer it. Legally, I'm okay with the idea, but if you need to look and see to make sure things are copacetic, then we can go ahead and defer it.
If I can just chime in, and I'm sorry for the background noise from Poydras Street. I think my only concern off the bat is that the impact and analysis doesn't break out each requested waiver. It kind of analyzes them in conjunction with one another. But I think if the board thinks that Ms. Cope argued the 9 criteria sufficiently, then the board would be able to vote on a potential approval, or I guess a modified approval, because removing all of the associated parking location and dimension waivers, there's really nothing else to review since those are getting removed and nothing else is getting modified. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I can just say for me, my hesitancy is just that I hadn't and that's why I made the comment that the staff report doesn't speak to this particular scenario. So my concern is that, to your point, we haven't contemplated this idea this way. And so I don't see an issue, just like Missy said, I don't see an issue on the face of it especially if there's a bringing back the curb cut. I just am concerned. I don't want to put the applicant in any position or put us in a position where all of a sudden, once it's actually done, there was something that wasn't previously considered. So that was just my concern. You know,
Yeah.
given all of the circumstances, I would just rather us be at a position where we're completely comfortable and to not put the applicant in a more precarious position, and to
I
just
think-
to defer to make sure that we've answered all of those questions.
I think that's a great idea. So in Aspen's amended staff report, she can ensure that the analysis and the review of the 9 criteria is specific to the permeability issue.
And so, Ms. Cope, do you understand? I know you've understood what we were proposing, but you know, just to ensure that we've answered all of the questions, you know, my thought is to possibly defer this until the next meeting, just to make sure that we can close all of the loops before making a final recommendation.
Yeah, I appreciate that you're being very thorough about this, and that's, you know, the right way to go. So it would be based solely on the front yard permeability, which Ms. Nero and I have already evaluated. Also, I have also volunteered to remove pavement elsewhere on the property to make up for the impermeable pavement of the new patio.
Correct.
We are getting close to the end of building the house, and we're going to be starting to work on the yard. One of the things that I wanted to do, well, of course, is take out that pavement that I had already mapped out for Ms. Nero. But I also wanted to replace the sidewalk between the front porch and the street with a brick sidewalk instead of the concrete that is there now. If I tear out the sidewalk that's between the front porch and the street and put in bricks during the interim between the two meetings, will this have any effect on, and keeping it to the smaller size, not expanding it in any way? Would that be something I should not do? Is that a risky action on my part, or is it okay to go ahead and start taking care of the pavement on the property?
If it just based off of what I'm seeing and what's proposed, what I would suggest is if you just verify that with Ms. Nero this week, ahead of her finalizing her report, I think they'll give you enough clarity in terms of how to proceed, because what I'm understanding, there's a percentage of the site that is inherent, that is showing the 18.26% as an inherited right for a permeable area. Just work with her to make sure that the mathematics is working out appropriately, and wait until that moment that you have clarification from her.
I've already sent us very specifically laid out existing and proposed pavement on the property and shown the calculations with the actual numbers and everything like that. I've already given that to Ms. Nero.
Okay, and what may come out of this is, if that actually is within the inherited percentage allocation, this may actually become a moot request. Is that right, Aspen?
Yeah, and then so this could end up just being withdrawn if you show plans that comply with this. One thing I do want to comment is the plans that keep getting shown to us are in conflict with what was given to us in the survey. So I'll work with the applicant to make sure that the plans comply with the survey, to make sure that those percentages are actually accurate. And if they comply, we can withdraw this.
Okay. Whose survey?
The survey that was submitted with the original application, it just shows front yard setbacks that are different from the plan submitted.
Oh, okay, I think my contractor did those, and she doesn't know that the lot line is not at the sidewalk, and there's certain information that she doesn't know. Yeah,
we can work that out. Yeah, we can.
Okay, all right, that sounds good.
So just definitely follow up, Ms. Cope. Definitely follow up with Ms. Nero, just to get all of that information up to date and accurate as quickly as possible.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Are there any other questions or comments from board members?
Just real quick, Ms. Cole, thank you for your patience on this one.
Thank you for being patient with me.
I understand the point of frustration. This is something we see quite a bit. So hopefully we found some way to make this all work out.
I appreciate it very much.
Madam Chair, for motions in order.
Yes, proceed.
Madam Chair, in regards to docket number 066-20, my motion is for a 30-day deferral to give the applicant and staff time to coordinate and see if an alternative means of compliance is available to the applicant.
Second.
With regard to docket 066-20, it's been moved by Commissioner James, second by Commissioner Gonzalez to defer the matter 30 days. Roll call vote, Todd James,
Yes.
Tamara Eggins,
Yes.
Jose Alvarez,
Yes.
Ramiro Diaz,
Yes.
Alfonso Gonzalez,
Yay.
Matthew Rufo,
Yes.
and Candace Forrest, yes. 7 yeas, no nays, the motion carries. Next item.
Thank you.
All right, the next item is item number 3, BZA docket 070-20. It's an appeal of the decision of the Director of Safety and Permits as per Article 4, Section 4.8 of the Comprehensive Zoning Ordinance regarding the issuance of building permit number 2021846 NEWC. There was one comment in support of this application. SP Johnson at 2822 LePage Street, New Orleans, Louisiana 70119. This is to express my wholehearted support for the appeal of Mr. and Mrs. Edward Brandon in the matter of 5808 Magazine. Somehow the defense of the neighbors against the overdevelopment is left to individual neighbors and grassroots organizations. This is true across the country. See the recent coverage of Airbnb IPO December 9th, 2020 in the Wall Street Journal. Zoning boards and local government agencies must work for constituents and not for developers who are interested in only profit and not the good of the entire community. Best regards, SP Johnson, 2822 LePage Street, New Orleans, Louisiana 70119. Formerly of 735 Explosion Boulevard /Magazine, on Facebook at Town of Carrollton Watch. Since there was no opposition, there's no need for rebuttal.
Well, there was opposition, or there should be rebuttal for both the owners made statements after I spoke and Mr. Kendall made statements that should allow for a rebuttal. If we were standing in the council chambers, that's how that would work. The rebuttal is not just on the written comments. I get an opportunity to rebut what was said in opposition, both by Mr. Kendall and by Mr. Nicholas.
So I guess my question.
Can you just weigh in quickly?
And we should be acting based off of the special rules for this meeting, as opposed to traditionally how we may behave in session.
Correct.
Right.
I just wanted to, I was going to clarify that point, that the rules that are in place are the special rules that are read at the beginning of the meeting. And those are specifically adopted in light of the current situation that we're in. But Ms. Quigley, can you just weigh in quickly? Or when you get a moment, I'm sorry. I see you searching.
I wanted to read it exactly. Following the public comment period, if there is opposition, the authorized representative of the application is allowed rebuttal.
Got it. So it's based upon the public comment portion.
No, that's not what it says.
Mr. Schmidt, that's what I just read it while she was reading it aloud.
Yeah,
I understand that, Mr. James, but it says if there is opposition. It doesn't say if public comments have been. That just says when the rebuttal takes place. It doesn't say that the rebuttal is only based on the public comments. You have to remember this is an appeal and not a regular variance where the applicant didn't, there was rebuttal that was made, on a regular variance application. People in opposition don't get to speak on the initial application. They only get to speak through the public comments. So that makes it reasonable to have those comments. In this case, Mr. Nicholas was provided with the opportunity to speak in the case in chief, and then I didn't have a chance to rebut those comments.
I'm just trying to, I hear what you're saying, Mr. Smith, but I'm looking at it based off of the rules as we've adopted it. She read them verbatim and I read along at the same time. It is saying following the public comment period, if there is opposition.
Right, that's saying temporally speaking, following the public comment period, meaning, you know, after all the public comments have been read and everything else has been said, if there's opposition, the authorized representative is allowed rebuttal. It doesn't say if there is opposition raised during the public comment period, then the application is allowed, then the applicant is allowed rebuttal.
So, Mr. Smith, I mean, I know we go back and not back and forth on this topic, but just in general with us going through the process, you know, we generally have questions for you through the course of this review. And I was actually going to have some for you specific to the initial request of the appeal, because I think it does come back to your initial question and the application on the limits of square footage for commercial use to the site. Is that correct?
Yes, Mr. James. So, I mean, if you want to ask questions and we can reserve, you know, we can reserve my position, you know, I'll just make my position noted for the record that it's contrary to how I understand we have special rules adopted, but we also, the format is different from that in variances where you get to rebut only public comments. I said, because this was an appeal, had Mr. Nicholas only been able to submit comments through written means, then yes, I would agree with you. And then that didn't even address what Mr. Kendall, you know, Mr. Kendall didn't, you know, mention things that aren't in the record, hadn't been previously mentioned. And I mean, I should be entitled to address some of his comments as well. So if you want to go ahead and we can table that for a second and go ahead and ask your questions, and maybe I can make my points in answering your questions within the limited parameters.
I guess in the interest of not creating a scenario where somehow there's an argument made that we've not given you some opportunity to speak, Missy, do we need to make a motion to somehow allow for some type of rebuttal? My only concern is that this turns into a bigger question, that we've somehow not allowed the applicant an opportunity to give their comments.
Should you desire, you can suspend the rules and allow him to have rebuttal, but also I would give the property owner time as well.
Okay. So we would just need a motion from a board member.
Correct.
If that was the desire of the board.
My only moment for pause on this, my only moment for pause for suspending the rules is what I don't want to create is us going down another spiral of us discussing multiple topics outside of the initial question. That's what I'm concerned about, because we've, over the past, 3, 4, 5 months of us seeing this application, I think it's been 3 months of time, or at least 3 meetings, I should say.
Yeah.
We have discussed quite a bit of detail on this. And I believe we granted the time to extend this based off of clarity around the initial question. But we seem to kind of go back and forth about how the use standards have been applied. I'm just trying to avoid, look, I mean, for the sake of 10 minutes of additional time, that's not that big a deal in the grand scheme of things, but I want to make sure we stand within the bounds of what is the actual question. So
I agree. And I think it was just I'm only one person, so I'm not trying to sway anybody one way or the other, but that was my thought, was in the grand scheme of things, the 10 minutes, which we probably spent having this back and forth conversation. Right. But that was my thought. But I definitely understand and respect your point as well, Commissioner James. So again, it's at the pleasure of the board, if anyone so chooses to make a motion. If not, we can just proceed.
So and I needed to at least preface that in the beginning, and before anything, I mean, I don't mind suspending the rules to grant the additional 10 minutes of time, 5 minutes for the applicant and 5 minutes for the property owner. But I'm gonna implore that both keep it to the confines of the question as it stands and how it pertains to the application for waiver, for appeal. So, Madam Chair, with that, I move to suspend the rules and to grant 5 minutes of time to the applicant and 5 minutes of time to the property owner. But as I stated, please keep it to the confines of the question.
I second that.
It's been moved by Commissioner James, second by Commissioner Gonzalez to suspend the rules, granting the applicant and the property owner each 5 minutes additional time. Roll call vote, Todd James.
Yes.
Tamara Eggins,
Yes.
Jose Alvarez,
Yes.
Ramiro Diaz.
Sure.
I didn't hear you.
I said yes. I said
Oh,
sure.
okay. Alfonso Gonzalez,
Yay.
Matthew Rufo,
Yes.
and Candace Forrest, yes. 7 yeas, no nays, the motion carries. Mr. Schmidt, you can proceed with your 5 minutes, followed by Mr. Nicholas. We'll have 5 minutes after that.
Okay, thank you. Emily, can you give me a video? Thank you. Appreciate your consideration, and I promise I won't even take the full 5 minutes. With regard to something Mr. Kendall said, and I think this is critical, in 6000 Magazine Street, that's the first, this is the first time he's suggested or brought up 6001 Magazine Street, the Starbucks place at the corner of State and Magazine, as an example of where there was greater than 5,000 square feet. I would just suggest that that's inapplicable to this property and analysis, because that's one commercial building. Two, it wasn't on the spreadsheet of properties that he listed. He forwarded both me and Mr. Nicholas as these are properties that we looked at. Three, it doesn't involve two different buildings. It's one building on one lot of record. It's not two buildings on one lot of record, and that there is no short-term rental license applied there. So I think that's just apples to oranges. The other thing I wanted to bring up was just, if you look at the section 1.2.I of the CZO, it's dealing with, this is a hybrid where we've got commercial and residential. And in all honesty, the code is very poorly written with respect to how we measure those things. But 1.2.I says to ensure that the policies set forth in the city's master plan are implemented by the land use regulations and are consistent with the goals set forth in the master plan. So that's what the CZO is. And so when that statement coupled with 1.4.B, the general application of the code, is that in their interpretation and application, the provisions of this ordinance are the minimum requirements for the promotion and protection of public health, safety, and welfare, and are construed to achieve the purposes for which the ordinance was adopted. This is a neighborhood business zone, and those are typically smaller businesses with limited square footage. The CZO in table 12 suggests we have a three-tier approach to it. We have those uses that are less than 5,000 square feet permitted by rights. We have those uses between 5,001 square feet and 9,999 square feet that are conditional uses. And then we have 10,000 square feet are not even permitted at all, are those uses. Now, we'll go back to the total floor area, and that's, it says permitted up to 5,000 square feet of total floor area. Conditional use, approval required for over 5,000 of total floor area. Then we have the 10,000 goes back to the uses. That's saying under no circumstances are we saying you could ever have a conditional use that would give you more than 10,000 square foot. That's all the 10,000 square foot use says, is restricts the entire thing. So we're back to how I interpret it as the total floor area. For support of that, I bring you back to the fact that by reading it as if as Mr. Kendall is reading it, we are excluding the whole fact that table 12, we've got a single family dwelling unit in there. We've got one apartment unit in there that's 1,500 square feet. We've got another whole house that measures 2,917 square feet that needs to be added in there. So we just don't look at the commercial. You have to look at the totality of the purposes of the restrictions and not throw one out. And that's what our point has been, is that the city has looked at this in the initial application, has looked at this from the standpoint of commercial. Now, since it's commercial zone, we can throw out all the calculations, and that's what we've always appealed, is that no, it's a commercial zone with residential uses as a commercial short-term rental. So you have to go back to the residential things. And you also look at the total of 5,000 square feet of floor area. Thank you.
You can go ahead, Mr. Nicholas.
Okay. So again, I don't know all the codes, the safety and permits. I'm not a legal attorney by no means. I just know what I was told I can do and what's told what I can't do as far as what to build, with the zoning, with the setbacks, with the requirements, whether I do or do not need variances or waivers. As far as the 5,000 square feet total, Mr. Kendall even, and I'm hoping he's on the line and maybe y'all can even ask him a question, which I'm sure y'all will. He made it clear, and I believe the chairperson even, y'all went over it as far as where's the asterisk, where's the code, it's per use, per use. Mr. Kendall even said that you would even take away the third floor residential, which would even be less than 5,000 square foot if you wanted to add everything together as one unit as far as commercial. So even if you did that, you would still be under the 5,000. So that's my point. Whether you put them together, which Mr. Kendall says you don't, it's per use, or if you did put them together, you would subtract the third floor residential. Mr. Schmitz made a comment earlier prior to the break that what if I down the road want to change it to all residential on the third floor? Safety and permit specifically told me I cannot, the first floor must be commercial, period. That can never go residential, first floor. So that's not even a factor. That's code. Could I do the second floor as residential down the road? Possibly. I have no intent to, because my future tenant, who's already got a lease, is renting the first and second floor as commercial use. So there's no way I could ever do, and I don't even know if that would even matter or not, but all three floors as residential. So they said first floor magazine must be minimum 13-foot ceilings and commercial, period. And they gave me all the list of things that can rent. It could be a restaurant, it could be, a bookstore, whatever, art gallery. So we followed all the codes. So again, as far as Starbucks and that thing, again, it's Nick Kendall said it's like over 7,000 square foot, but it's per use. I know it's only one building, but still that tells you it's per use. So again, maybe y'all can ask questions to Mr. Kendall, but as far as that, and then again, the original appeal was for the re-subdivision, which he's not even bringing up anymore apparently, because again, it was clarified that they approved this permit based on it not being re-subdivided, and there is a plot plan showing that it was going to be one piece of land with two structures going on it. So hopefully y'all can reconsider all of that and get this behind us. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Nicholas. Thank you, Mr. Schmidt. Are there any questions or comments from board members?
Just a quick note. I went ahead and pulled up what I could find from the city's one-stop shop regarding that Magazine Street Starbucks commercial building that has been discussed. And that building is roughly, based off what I see as a site plan provided, is 7,494 square feet. So it is more than 5,000 square feet of space. So just if that helps to illuminate without us having to ask staff to go dig that information up.
Yeah, and I just gonna add to that as an architect working with the city in my own projects, that's kind of the way it has been related to me and the multiple projects that I've done mixed use in the city, that that involves this particular way of measure square footage, which is by the use, has been consistent with my professional practice.
And same here. The only thing that just gave me a moment for pause was when referencing back to the table, just a lack of clarity of where the footnote was referenced. But once that was clarified by Mr. Kendall, that just helped to further establish that point that it is provided within the footnotes, that it is tied to the commercial use. Now, the one thing that we need to be careful of in the language of what's been proposed, or at least argued at this point, excuse me, when we're talking about commercial district, it doesn't matter if it's a functional commercial district or not. It's how that district is described. And within it, we do have residential, commercial, and institutional uses that are allowed. So there are commercial functional uses that are permitted by right. And in this case, this is one that is still being proposed. One of those allowed uses is being proposed, excuse me.
Any other questions or comments from board members? I know this one has been a bit lingering for a minute, so thank you, Commissioner James, and for kind of bringing us back to sort of where we kind of started with this.
To that point, Mr. Smith, look, I do appreciate some of the arguments you provided. I do have a moment of pause of when we get into the setback requirements and things of that nature and how it's being based off of use. I don't agree with that formula of how that was being presented earlier, but that's why I had to make sure we came back to the point of the original question as you submitted in your application. But based on that, and also seeing how it's pretty clearly stated within the CZO, especially with the use of the footnote and clarification that is about commercial use and not wholly based in total square foot. Based on that, I think it's time to present a motion unless anybody else has further comment.
Doesn't look like it. Sorry, proceed.
Madam Chair, Madam Chair, regards to docket number 070-20, based on the information that's provided by staff and by safety and permits, my motion is to uphold the decision of the Director of Safety and Permits, finding that no error was found in issuance of this building permit.
And Jose Alvarez seconds.
With regard to docket 070-20, it's been moved by Commissioner James, second by Commissioner Alvarez, to uphold the decision of the Department of Safety and Permits, finding that there is no error in that decision. Roll call vote, Tad James.
Yes.
Tamara Eggins.
Yes.
Jose Alvarez.
Yes.
Ramiro Diaz.
Yes.
Alfonso Gonzalez.
Yay.
Matthew Rufo.
Yes.
And Candace Forrest, yes. 7 yeas, no nays, the motion carries. Next item.
The next item is BZA docket 079-20, and it was withdrawn. The next item is BZA docket 080-20, is for a property located at 833 Jackson Street. This request is for variances to permit a two-family residence on a lot with insufficient lot area, insufficient lot depth, insufficient rear yard setback. This is an after the fact request. And as a reminder to the board, the staff recommendation is for approval.
Thank you. Are there any questions from board members? I know with this item, there was some discussion around the provisos. I think the discussion about the first proviso to possibly remove the permit, the language around a permit. So just mentioning that when we get to the point of making a motion, to keep that point in mind.
May I make a statement, or is the floor open for me to speak, or?
At this point, we're at the point of making a vote on the recommendation.
Mr. Payne, unless your comment is just helping to give further clarity around your acceptance to what we discussed earlier from those provisos.
Yeah, I just want to know if the board, if I can respectfully request with y'all consideration to the vote, since this home was placed in operation in commerce in 2013, that I could be grandfathered to that time, since the CZO, I believe staff said they're using these proviso as a result of the 2015 CZO. And because this home was in place and I've been living there since 2013, can I get that consideration of being grandfathered?
I guess that's a question back to legal. Not sure what applicability it may have at this time.
Yeah, because I think it depends on the request and when the request is made, as opposed to the building of the or use of the property. But I don't know if
I can jump in as well. Since this request is associated with a recent subdivision from a couple of months ago, and with that subdivision, these non-conforming conditions were created. I don't think there would be a way to make those legally non-conforming because they were just created. If they had existed, beyond the period of prescription, then perhaps that could be an application to safety and permits for like a determination of legal nonconformity. But because they're just created just a few months ago, that wouldn't make sense.
Right. They need to wait out their time. You need to wait out your time period and then apply with safety and permits for a determination.
All right, thanks.
So to that point, Mr. Payne, I think it's just advantageous for us to go through the application as it currently stands. I think what I was going to at least suggest as a modification to the provisos would help to shorten that time frame that you were concerned about beforehand.
Thanks.
Madam Chair, if motion's in order.
Are there any other questions from board members? Seeing none, proceed.
Madam Chair, in regards to docket number 080-20, my motion would be to accept the staff's recommendation as it believes that, staff believes that the request for variance of Article 11, Section 11-3A1, Table 11-2A lot area, lot depth, and rear yard setback meets 9 of the 9 criteria. I would move to, excuse me. I would move for approval, but I would like to amend the first proviso as recommended, and prior to the issuance, I would ask that plans, a set of site plan, floor plan, and elevations be provided to Board of Zoning Adjustments with some record of the certificate of occupancy, so that this may be recorded as in accordance with our standard review and approval standards under the CZO, and still maintain criteria 2 for submission to Department of Parks and Parkways for review of any need of a street tree.
Jose Alvarez will second.
Thank you. With regards to docket 080-20, it's been moved by Commissioner James, second by Commissioner Alvarez, to grant the requested waivers, finding that the 9 criteria have been met, subject to 2 provisos, noting the revision to proviso number 1. Roll call vote, Todd James,
Yes.
Tamara Eggins,
Yes.
Jose Alvarez,
Yes.
Ramiro Diaz,
Yes.
Alfonso Gonzalez, Matthew Rufo,
Yes.
and Candace Forrest, yes. 6 yeas, no nays, the motion carries. Next item.
The next item is BZA docket 081-20 for a property located at 4808 Rhodes Drive. This request is for a variance to permit the construction of a 2-family residence with more than 1 curb cut. As a reminder to the board, the staff recommendation is for denial. and there were no public comments.
Thank you. Are there any questions from board members?
Madam Chair, could I jump in and answer y'all's question from earlier about whether there's any consideration for amending the text of the CZO as it relates to the curb cuts? Thank you. So talked to some of our staff, and as part of the housing opportunity study that's underway right now, there is discussion about allowing tandem parking or stacked parking to be allowed and counted for two-family and small multifamily districts. So that would allow a single curb cut for a two-family, and if there's space for two stacked parking spaces, then that would meet the requirement if that's approved as part of the housing opportunities study.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Emily. Just only if, just as a point of concern from hearing that recommendation, I think that's something that's more applicable in some of the districts where we're dealing with narrower lot frontages. And again, not necessarily as practical in use, considering how do you queue and have access to and from those stalls, let's say if those two stalls are not for the same unit. But still based off of the earlier comments, I think there's enough language within what we have in understanding the historic character along, not the historical character, but what has been the precedent established within this area based off of what I think some of the other board members presented as what you do from the virtual, if you look through Google Streets. Also understanding that there's even a reference, 61% of the similarly situated lots in the study do have two driveways. So that is a majority of similar condition. And I think that'll help to at least address those three criteria that we initially claimed is not met. So if a motion's in order.
Are there any other questions or comments from board members? Proceed.
Madam Chair, in regards to docket number 0881-20, my motion is to approve the requested waivers. First, for Article 22, Section 2211B1 for curb cuts, waiver of the one additional curb cut. Article 13, Section 13.3A, Table 13.2, minimum lot depth, the waiver of 14 feet, 7 3/4 inches. While the staff did establish that 6 of the 9 criteria were not met, I want to take my previous notes where we do show that at least a majority of similar lots provide the same condition as what's being proposed, and that helps to establish the precedent of a right that should be enjoyed by the same applicant, and move for approval with the 3 standard provisos.
I'll second, Romero. Oh, you're muted, Candace.
Sorry, just a clarifying question, Commissioner James, did you establish the satisfaction of the 9 criteria in your comment?
Correct. So that was just to clarify again, I think that the precedent was already established, and because of that, that helps to further clarify criteria 1, 4, and 6.
Okay, thanks. With regard to docket 081-20, it's been moved by Commissioner James, second by Commissioner Diaz, to grant the requested waivers, finding that the 9 criteria have been met, recognizing Commissioner James' statements to establish satisfaction of items 1, 4, and 6, subject to 3 provisos. Roll call vote, Todd James.
Yes.
Tamara Eggins.
Yes.
Jose Alvarez.
Yes.
Ramiro Diaz.
Yes.
Alfonso Gonzalez.
Yay.
Matthew Rufo.
Yes.
And Candace Forrest, yes. 7 yeas, no nays, the motion carries. Next item.
The next item is BZA docket 082-20 for a property at 3700 Metropolitan Street. This request is for a variance to permit the construction of a single-family residence with insufficient front yard setback. As a reminder to the board, the staff recommendation is for approval. There were no public comments received.
Thank you. Were there any additional questions or comments from board members? Seeing none, is there a motion?
So motion's in order.
Yes, proceed.
Madam Chair, in regards to docket number 082-20, my motion is to accept the staff's report and accept their recommendation that the staff, as the staff believes, the requested variance of 13.3.8.1, table 13.2 meets 9 of the 9 criteria, and move for approval with the 3 noted provisos.
I'll second Romero.
With regard to docket 082-20, it's been moved by Commissioner James, second by Commissioner Diaz to grant the requested waiver, finding that the 9 criteria have been met and subject to 3 provisos. Roll vote, Todd James,
Yes.
Tamara Eggins. I didn't hear you.
Yes.
Oh, thanks. Jose Alvarez,
Yes.
Ramiro Diaz,
Yes.
Alfonso Gonzalez,
Yay.
Matthew Rufo,
Yes.
and Candace Forrest, yes. 7 yeas, no nays, the motion carries. Next item.
Item number 8 was withdrawn. The next item is item number 9, BZA docket 084-20 for a property at 611 Commerce Street. This request is for a variance to permit the construction of a hotel with insufficient off-street loading spaces. As a reminder to the board, the staff recommendation is for approval. Taylor McElherney at 632 Chapatula Street is in opposition of the application. The Cambria New Orleans Hotel has off-street unloading on Commerce Street. The Cambria has 162 rooms. Guests at this new property would be stopping traffic in the street to register. Hold on just a minute. You can't see it. Unload their vehicles, etc. Furthermore, the same would happen for any taxi or ride-sharing pickups. This would stop the flow of traffic. This would stop the flow of traffic for emergency vehicles, leaving Cambria, and vehicles leaving the adjacent parking lot as a one-way street heading toward Lafayette. The Board of Zoning Adjustments should make aware of the limited space on the street. It should be stated that there is already construction occurring on Commerce Street involving the old works building. That space is to become retail and single-family condos/townhouses with off-street parking. With further traffic in the area, having no off-street parking would become a liability for emergency personnel as well as those leaving Cambria. I would like to see some level of off-street parking or an agreement in place that would block the street. Ken Gowland, you have 5 minutes to rebut, as this was for opposition.
Yes, guys, can you confirm that you can hear me?
Yes.
The Cambria received a waiver from the BZA for 3 off-street loading spots. They were required to have 3. All 3 of those were waived as a condition of the Cambria project construction. The Cambria is over 150 hotel rooms with a bar, restaurant, meeting rooms, banqueting facilities. It also has 2 frontages. It has a frontage on Chapatoulas and a frontage on Commerce Street. It's a through-block site. Our site is not a through-block site. We literally just have that 54-foot frontage on Commerce Street. Commerce Street itself, guys, and I think staff was good to point this out, It's literally a 3-block long, almost alley. It is limited to a 14-foot wide street. The staff report makes this very clear. It is not a through street that connects any sort of major traffic areas. I've continually gone out there to review these conditions with regards to the Cambria Hotel next door. In all of our visits to the site, we have not noticed any traffic at this area. Again, with regards to this project, it's a very limited set of rooms. We have no amenities such as restaurants, bars, anything that would require daily deliveries. We've included on-site laundry, on-site trash. These are all things that would help mitigate the need for any sort of large-scale loading dock. And as staff pointed out in their report, this street has taken on a very lively mixed-use character. And the introduction of a loading space on Commerce would actually be deleterious to that urban environment that's out there. So we would respectfully ask that the staff's 9 criteria be adopted at the site, the staff's recommendations be adopted, as it's, I think this is the highest and best use for this infill condition, and that is consistent with the uses on the street. Thank you.
Thank you. Were there any questions or comments from board members?
Just as a point of clarity, just to kind of help support this request, just from staff, what is generally the size of the off-street loading zone?
I believe it is 35 feet in width. Let me double check really quickly.
35 in depth by 14? Or is it just
Yeah,
14?
I believe so. Loading.
Yeah. So just for the sake of clarity, we're not talking about off-street loading from the size of a taxi or standard vehicle coming in. The off-street loading requirement is more to the size of loading trucks. So again, if we would even look at the limits of the size of this site, it is an infill development that does have even some limitations because there's existing windows on to the, if I'm looking at it, to if you're facing the property to the right-hand side, it's very limited in terms of what you could develop as an off-street loading spot for taxi or any other type of individual vehicle.
And Vice Chair, wanted to confirm the loading space is 12 feet in width by 35 feet in length. That's a minimum. And then 14 feet vertical clearance.
Correct. Thank you.
Are there any other questions or comments from board members? Seeing none, is there a motion?
Yeah, Madam Chair, if the motion's in order.
Yes, proceed.
With regards to docket number 084-20, my motion is to accept the staff's recommendation as it believes that the 9 criteria have been met with addressing the request for variance of Article 22, Section 22.7, Table 22-3, and move for approval with the 3 noted provisos.
Alvarez will second.
Thank you. With regards to docket 084-20, it's been moved by Commissioner James, second by Commissioner Alvarez to grant the requested waiver, finding that the 9 criteria have been met, subject to 3 provisos. A roll call vote, Todd James.
Yes.
Tamara Eggins.
I think she logged off.
Okay. Jose Alvarez.
Yes.
Ramiro Diaz.
Yes.
Alfonso Gonzalez.
Yay.
Matthew Rufo.
Yes.
And Candace Forrest, yes. 6 yeas, no nays, the motion carries. Next item.
Okay, we'll
will now begin with new business for safety and permits decision appeals. The next item is item number 10, BZA docket 08520. Is for an appeal of the decision of the Director of Department of Safety and Permits as per Article 4, Section 4.8 of the Comprehensive Zoning Ordinance regarding the factual determination of bedroom count for purposes of applying newly created university off-street parking IZD regarding permit number 2021972RNVN. We do have public comments on this one. Just a moment. Okay, in support of this application, Denman Men's 2120 Kadesh Street. To me, it seems absurd that this structure had 8 meters and 8 municipal records would now be deemed to only have 7 bedrooms. The structure should be deemed to have at least 8 bedrooms, as the prior owner's use of the building, use which preceded the subject zoning rules, should not be bearing on the current owner's room purpose. Finally, having lived on Ferret, Jeanette, and Kaddish, I state that the on-street parking issue is not a serious concern aside from 8 a.m. to 1 p.m. on weekdays. Requiring 1 parking space per bedroom is only feasible, but it would do nothing to alleviate the perceived parking issue. In support of this application, Catherine Philippi, 2233 St. Charles Avenue, New Orleans, Louisiana 70130. I support this appeal. In opposition of this application, Paulette Perrin, 827 Short Street. Hello to all. I am protesting D2Ds based on out-of-state profiteers who are oblivious to the needs of Carrollton residents, homeowners, taxpayers, and demonstrate high insensitivity to streets, parking, senior residents, and handicapped neighbors. Collectively, we are bound by unification and caring, which makes Carrollton a unified neighborhood. Stop D2Ds. Thank you. In opposition of this application, Beverly Nichols, 7301 Burt Street, New Orleans. I oppose this appeal. In opposition of this application, Patrick Baker, 1624 Broadway Street. I oppose this appeal. In opposition of this application, Alicia Cole, 7442 Dominican Street. Our neighborhood should not be turned into Party Central. We are local property owners. We, the local property owners, deserve better. We cannot allow our city to turn into what's happening on Pine Street near the university. A few MG ago, I was driving on Pine Street only to encounter 100 to 200 drunk college kids blocking the street. They had the nerve to bang on my car as I idled by trying to return to my home. My elementary age child was freaked out, to say the least. This is not acceptable in our neighborhoods, and we deserve better. In opposition of this application, Patricia Miller King, 8016 Hickory Street. This property was previously rented as a 7-bedroom property prior to the sale, and that's what it should remain. The new IZD was set up so these types of conversations don't take place and keep ruining our neighborhoods. In opposition of this application, Sarah Gould, 625 Pine Street, 70118. The proposed zoning changes for 631 Broadway contribute to the massive assault on the character of an old neighborhood, New Orleans neighborhood, by mostly out-of-state companies who seek to profit from changing a historic neighborhood into a partying college student town. Replacing yards and green space with off-street parking is further degradation to our neighborhood. College students have found housing before these changes. It is not necessary for them. In opposition of this application, Claudia Garfalia, 922 Adams Street. I am opposing this appeal by Amicus Properties to add 5 additional bedrooms to the property at 631 Broadway. which will create another double-to-dorm building. I own my house and have lived in the neighborhood for 28 years. My house is in this neighborhood, which is already inundated with off-street dormitories, and the neighborhood can't take another building like this. Additionally, the developer is planning only 2 new off-street parking places and not the 5 required by the University Area IZD. Please help save my neighborhood and our community. Thank you. Claudia Garfalo, 922 Adams Street, 70118. In opposition to this application, SP Johnson, 2822 LePage Street, New Orleans, Louisiana, 70119. To the Board of Zoning Administrators, thank you for the opportunity to offer public comment on this issue. This is to express my opposition to this suspicious appeal and by Amicus CV borrowers in the matter of 631 Broadway. Amicus Properties has opened 10 commercial enterprises, private dormitory housing or D2Ds in our residential neighborhood. 631 Broadway is just one of them. Each of these properties, except for the first purchase, 821 Hillary, is in violation of zoning laws. Please ask me for the proof. Amicus was not invited here. They have no roots here. Their only interest is to make profit from our beloved neighborhood. Their development activities are subject to numerous legitimate complaints by neighbors who were never informed of Amicus's plans for unpending the peace of the community by doubling the density of each lot and compromising the integrity of the neighborhood structures by appending industrial style annexes into our historic cottages and shotguns. In some cases, 1025 Cherokee and 7612 are even elevating the houses into 2 stories without regard to structural integrity of our surrounding homes. In their numerous legal motions and complaints, they have said that their neighborhood is attacking them. Now they are visiting the neighborhood to whine about the same thing in person. Amicus principals Austin Brooks, Rob Abelson, and Alex Britton with Reve, Realtor Doug Collinger didn't learn enough about New Orleans in B school. We know how to throw a fete better than anyone else, but will not play host to an invasion. Please compel Amicus to obey the law and set forth in the University Area IZD. If they want to install 5 new bedrooms at this address, they must provide 5 new off-street parking places. Thanks and best regards, SP Johnson, 2822 LePage Street, New Orleans, Louisiana, 70119. Carrollton Native on Facebook at Town of Carrollton Watch. In opposition to this application, Grady Fitzpatrick, 1418 Audubon Street, New Orleans, Louisiana, 70118. I am writing to oppose this application for 631 Broadway. As a resident of the University neighborhood, I continue to see Amicus and their developers ignore proper zoning laws. These houses are being redeveloped in a way that strips them from their architectural character, as well as put undue strain on our city's infrastructure, roads, sewer, water, and trash. Please put an end to the complete transformation of this historic neighborhood by forcing these developers to adhere to zoning regulations that are put in place. It is time to start protecting the quality of life for the permanent residents and not catering to college students and profit-seeking developers. Just a minute. In opposition to this application, Nathan Lott, 932 Chapatula Street, paid representative for the Preservation Resource Center of New Orleans. Please take note of our opposition to BZA docket 08520. The City Council adopted an interim zoning district, pump the brakes on this type of insensitive development in the historic University area. The appeal seeks to sidestep the intent of the IZD rather than address policymakers and neighbors underlying concerns. The department's decision should stand. Thank you. Emily, are you available to read for a little while? Okay. In opposition of this application, Robert Shelby Marshall Jr., 625 Pine Street. As a property owner and property taxpayer, I'm sick and tired of our city's zoning officials turning our once valued scenic historic into slum dorms and parking lots for out-of-town owners. Giving Amicus authority to turn another green space into a parking lot will further push the historic street further into the oath becoming ugly and unattractive. Anyone who drives down Broadway from August through May can see what has happened. It is disgusting and devalues the property not only to the street, but for blocks around. And it isn't just the look, it is the noise until the wee hours has driven many families away. If this passes, I will be sure to vote against any politician who has not spoken out against this request or the trend it represents. It is time for us to reclaim our neighborhoods from corporations trying to turn the entire area of off-campus dorms into off-campus dorms and politicians who turn a blind eye and open hand the process. Bob Marshall. Okay, Emily.
All right, the next comment in opposition is from Jeffrey Murray at 3430 Octavia, NOLA. I oppose this appeal. The next comment in opposition comes from Barbara C. Ewell at 8318 Zimple, NOLA. Please stop this effort to transform our neighborhood housing into dormitories. Thank you. The next comment in opposition comes from Robert Hummel at 3430 Octavia Street. I oppose this appeal. The next comment comes in opposition to the application comes from Lindsay Chapman at 731 Robert Street. The prior owner has no say in the future owner's use of the property. This should be determined by the owner at the time the IZD went into effect. The next comment in opposition to the application comes from Chunlin Leonard, 1414 Audubon Street. I strongly oppose Amicus's appeal of DSP's decision. Amicus argues essentially that Amicus gets to define what constitutes an existing bedroom under the IZD, and its own understanding, intent, and design determines the number of existing bedrooms. That cannot be what is intended by the IZD. The intent of the IZD is to require off-street vehicular parking for any increase in the number of existing bedrooms. If a developer is allowed to define which room counts as an existing bedroom, supported by self-serving affidavits by the developer and its agents, it would undermine the entire purpose of the IZD. Accepting Amicus's position is akin to allowing the fox to guard the hen house. All that a developer has to do is allege that it considered or intended to have certain rooms as bedrooms to avoid the application of the IZD. I strongly encourage the BZA to defer to the DSP's decision in this case to determine the existing number of bedrooms based on the use by the immediate prior owner before Amicus's
Which comment is she on?
I'm on Chunlin Leonard.
Oh, okay, you froze for a second.
You froze for a second.
Where was I frozen? Sorry, I don't want to leave any of the comment out.
Just start that last comment over again, if you don't mind.
The whole one?
Yes.
Okay. This comment in opposition comes from Chunlin Leonard at 1414 Audubon Street. I strongly oppose Amicus's appeal of DSP's decision. Amicus argues essentially that Amicus gets to define what constitutes an existing bedroom under the IZD, and its own understanding, intent, and design determines the number of existing bedrooms. That cannot be what is intended by the IZD. The intent of the IZD is to require off-street vehicular parking for any increase in the number of existing bedrooms. If a developer is allowed to define which room counts as an existing bedroom, supported by self-serving affidavits by the developer and its agents, would undermine the entire purpose of the IZD. Accepting Amicus's position is akin to allowing the fox to guard the hen house. All that a developer has to do is to allege that it considered or intended to have certain rooms as bedrooms to avoid the application of the IZD. I strongly urge the BZA to defer to the DSP's decision in this case to determine the existing number of bedrooms based on the use by the immediate prior owner before Amicus's purchase of the property. That is the most logical way to determine the number of existing bedrooms for purposes of the IZD. With the IZD, the City Council meant to prevent an increase of the already high demand for on-street parking and housing density, which is irreversibly changing the historic character of the affected neighborhood. Accepting Amicus's position would make a joke of the City Council's efforts. The next comment comes from SP Johnson on behalf of Ruth E. Kennedy, 2822 LePage Street, New Orleans, Louisiana, 70119. I am in opposition to the BZA appeal submitted in regards to 631 Broadway by Amicus Properties, item 10, docket number 085020. I am opposed to any and all changes of rezoning by owners of properties in the University area, Carrollton Riverbend, Pensiontown, and all connecting neighborhoods by which they plan to increase rooms to make dormitory type living. I oppose owners, realtors, financial ventures, local or out of state, seeking zoning changes that only overcrowd a house/neighborhood. Usually whatever is established does not provide affordable housing. Ruth E. Kennedy, Hollygrove Neighbors Association. The next comment comes in opposition from Robert Strain at 7625 Youth Street. I'm opposed to this appeal. This is a blatant example of how these developers are trying to get around the IZD to maximize profit. Amicus, an out-of-state investor, is not concerned or interested in our city or our community. Their only concern is about profit, and it is at the expense of those of us who live here and have to deal with their dormitory-style housing. It only promotes increased short-term expensive housing for students, not long-term affordable housing for families who want to live in this neighborhood. This appeal should and needs to be denied. Thank you. The next comment in opposition comes from Mimi Reed at 5731 Chapatoulas Street. I am a former landlord and have owned property throughout New Orleans, including the Carrollton neighborhood. I oppose doubles to dormitories in every case. It creates far too much density on previously pristine residential blocks. It will create parking problems and noise problems. Also, those houses will never go back to being singles or doubles, which is tragic. Even Airbnbs, which erode the neighborhoods, can still go back to being single or double family residences once the Airbnb craze passes and or the city outlaws Airbnbs. The next comment in opposition comes.
Emily, I'm sorry. I think we need to scroll up on the screen with the public comments or scroll down.
Is it frozen?
I don't know. Right now we're, let's see. I can't tell what we're viewing.
The
I'm
screen
gonna
was
restart the share.
Emily, the screen was frozen.
Okay, restarting the share.
Okay.
Share.
I'm trying to get to, what comment are we on? Is it Robert Strain?
We are on Keith Hardy.
Keith Hardy. All right.
Should be fixed now. I just reshared it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. So the issue, Keith Hardy, 618 Audubon. The issue is the number of existing bedrooms versus the number of proposed bedrooms. Amicus relies on the document unit composition 631 Broadway prepared by its architect to claim there were 12 bedrooms and compare with the affidavit of the prior owner and his drawings. See page 31 through 36/172. If all of the rooms that their architect designated as bedrooms had been bedrooms, there would have been no living or dining spaces in the building. If it would have been all bedrooms, kitchens, and bathrooms, it would have been all bedrooms, kitchens, and bathrooms. The summary report is incorrect about the effect of Schwartzman's statement. It was a statement under the penalty of perjury and therefore has the same effect as this affidavit. See page 42/172. Please read my opposition to the appeal at pages 38 through 49 and the attached materials. The bottom line is that the dorm room does not become an existing bedroom because someone intends it to be a bedroom. Next comment, in opposition of this application, Justin Burton Schmidt, 909 Porter Street, Suite 1500 NOLA 70112. I am in opposition of the appeal of the department decision filed by Amicus CV Borrower LLC. Comments made to counsel for the applicant suggest that Amicus was duped into purchasing a property and then after purchase was restricted for what it came to do with it. The facts remain that the Department of Safety and Permits, the BZA, the CPC, and the Law Department have longstanding practice and custom supported by Louisiana Supreme Court Justice Prejudice Purduance that property rights and all those proposed structure and property rights and proposed structure of property do not vest until a building permit is issued. In this case, Amicus, a foreign entity that is aggressively purchasing residential housing stock to convert student housing, took a business risk not knowing it was legislation that would be enacted before the permit issued. In the case with the IZDs, this is frequently the case. Years ago, I was working on a CVS pharmacy at the corner of Claiborne and Napoleon and was halfway through the permitting process when the council adopted an IZD. That required we stop and apply for a conditional use permit. Amicus is a sophisticated developer who knew this was a risk of development. Thank you. In opposition of this application, Christophe Leonard, 1414 Audubon Street, New Orleans, Louisiana, 70118. I oppose Amicus's appeal to allow, it would mean allowing a complete end run around the interim zoning district, IZD, and associated requirements for parking when adding bedrooms to an existing home. If Amicus gets to redefine previously existing dining rooms, offices, living rooms, etc., as previously existing bedrooms, then the IZD has been rendered completely useless, and we can look forward to the continued destruction of affordable, appropriately sized homes in hyper-expensive student dormitories. Local Wall Street-backed investors have already purchased dozen of previously were affordable family homes in the university area for this purpose, projects that are on hold pending this hearing. If Amicus gets away with this appeal, pretty much immediately we will be flooded with dozens of new dormitory building projects that will destroy our neighborhood forever. And that appears to be the end of the public comments. So there was opposition, and therefore the applicant has 5 minutes to rebut.
Hi, yes, this is Katie Swartout. I'm the attorney representative for Amicus, who is appealing this matter. While I'm not surprised by hearing most of those oppositions, I remain a little bit saddened that there are still such personal attacks and that there's a lot of misinformation out there regarding this. This is a single structure that we're talking about today, not anything else. It has never been in the history that I'm aware of a single family, nor was it a double, and nor is it going to be a dorm. The resulting units are intended to be full apartments, beautiful apartments, fully furnished so that there's no furniture at the curbs at the move in and move out, etc. They are not sold, they're not rented by the room, they are leased out per full apartment. So that all being said, I refer back to what I said before. This is not a matter of one person's immediate intent. We're not arguing here that if someone were to buy a house tomorrow, that their intention for a room would benefit over the prior owner. We're saying that this owner had purchased it and occupied it after the previous owner and before instituting the IZD. And based on that, we're requesting that you go through on a room by room basis and see what's applicable to these rooms. And what I left off before, but what can be seen in the actual appeal that we said, is that Amicus is already working on plans to add 3 more parking spaces, regardless of the outcome of this appeal, obviously pending approval of the Department of Safety and Permits. They want to work together with everybody because, like it or not, they are all neighbors now. They own this property. They are here. This isn't a resale type situation. They are neighbors. They want to work on this and make sure it's done. But part of following the rules is understanding what the rules are. And that is what we are here for today. If anybody would like me to go through the pre-existing layout or appurtenances to any rooms, I would gladly answer that. I'm not sure if it was expressed, but renovations had already started under the permit. So when I say pre-existing, they also existed at the time of the IZD. As of today, they've already been altered under the permit before a stop work order was issued. So things have already been altered to take this 5-unit structure down to 3 long-term leases. So if anybody has any questions, otherwise I do thank you all for your time. And I remind everyone that this particular structure is in a 2-hour off-street permit parking area. So in addition to the IZD, in addition to working to add rooms anyway, anybody parking on the street needs to have that permit anyway.
Thank you. Are there any questions or comments from board members? Just had a quick question to the applicant when you mentioned that there were alterations that have been made already to the property. What alterations have taken place up to this point?
Up to this point, so the best way to explain it is that previously this had a ground level, a first level and a second level. The ground level, as we know, any substantial work to it no longer fits with the building code because it's not up to the flood levels. Mm-hmm. So to get around that and give the layout a more functional one. So the previous layout of this building had a central hallway down the middle of each, and every single room came off that hallway, even though it was different units. So if we're talking about dorms, that actually would have been more likely would have been potentially called a dorm style, right? Everyone can access everything from the central hallway. They've restructured it to take the below grade at grade bedrooms and build them into the attic. So they've started the build out on the roof line, which has been approved by HDLC, et cetera, to have those moved from the ground floor to the new 3rd floor. And in doing so, they're structuring it so that the 1st floor unit and 2nd floor stop a little bit shorter than they did before. And so then the 3rd unit is the back section of the house. So no sheetrock is up at the moment, but the walls and the studs for the walls are all up. The stairway in the back is up. And that's where it's at right now, to my knowledge.
Thank you.
So, quick question to Ms. Becknell. The clarification around the appeal is strictly to the IZD for the parking, or is it just beyond that point?
So this is kind of a matter of first impression. So it's hard to be particularly narrow in the scope. The department's really struggling with the question of how to determine, under the terms of the IZD, what amount of proof we would require for something to be considered a bedroom, and considering that that's not generally a permanent use. Within a house, you can use bedrooms for a variety of things. So we really had a tough time with this one, and honestly went as conservative as we possibly could, which may or may not be the correct answer here. We're really just trying to find some objective criteria that we can apply so that all parties understand what the playing field looks like.
Correct. Thank you. And I think there's some value, some actually come back to public comment. And I think there's a large amount of value coming back to Mr. Schmidt provided some commentary along the lines of when does it come into effect? So whether they came in and made the submission and the rules changed shortly there before, it's still incumbent upon the applicant to be aware of the code, even if it's about to change shortly there before application date, because there's usually some lead up time. It's not something that let's say the council takes action on the IZD that's usually on the docket and had been up for discussion for some time prior to that date. Is that correct, Ms. Backnell?
An IZD becomes effective at the motion, so it can be introduced and become effective in the same meeting. I don't know the particular history on this one. But the other thing that I would point out just as a historical point is that, safety and permits received information from the applicant that appeared to be reliable, issued the permit based on that information, and then received information later that cast some doubt on that. I wouldn't say that either set of information we got was particularly dispositive. And so for us, the most restrictive path was the one we chose. But I think that there are some nuances to this particular piece of legislation that, while I generally agree with Mr. Schmidt, I'm not sure that should be a dispositive issue here.
Okay. My only reason why I bring up that point is because I think a large part of what's being argued within the letter and through some of the comments is that the property was acquired ahead of the IZD.
Mm-hmm.
But point of acquisition is not a date in order to establish a precedent or nonconformity or the intention of use.
Absolutely.
It is the date that it's been applied for permitting.
That's correct. It's the date on which the department has a substantially complete application.
Correct. And
here that was a week after the IZD passed.
Correct. And then even in that case, I could speak from history of projects I've worked on in the past, especially when we dealt with the change in the CZO from the previous CZO to our current one, that everyone was pretty well aware of when things were coming into effect. And even when I looked at other projects, knowing that IZDs were on the table, having someone to argue that point, or at least being aware enough to know when to get it in ahead of deadline and what was considered substantially complete as an application. And I know that criteria has been provided through memo and posted on the city's website for anyone who applies for a permit. So there's enough information out there for them to know when it's in place or not and what it takes to complete the application.
I would agree with that. The point that we're really wrestling with is what kind of proof is appropriate to show the use of a room prior for purposes of one of these applications.
So for the sake of that conversation, sorry,
I know this is a tough one.
That's the piece that I've been struggling with. And even looking at the, looking at the various pieces where we have definitions, but it's very vague.
They're vague.
So, and a bedroom is something that, I think the motion from the council just says outfitted to be used for sleeping. And I'm just like, how do you make that determination?
So just from in terms of plans that, and I know not just myself, so I may ask Commissioner Diaz, Commissioner Alvarez to chime in on this. Whenever we submit a set of plans for permitting, I know Mr. Alvarez is running away from this. No, when we go through a traditional application, we still label rooms within any plan. So, and that's how you help to define the intended use. So if it's intended for residential, you will see it labeled as a bedroom. You will see it labeled as a guest room. You would, for a hotel, you would see it labeled as a guest room or a sleeping room.
Mm-hmm.
So we have some functional requirements that we need to provide within any set of plans to help substantiate the intended use. So if it's identified as such and shows the characteristics of such, whether it be a closet, an adjacent bathroom, and I think in most residential codes, we're required to have at least a operable window. That those are all considered characteristics of a sleeping room in some capacity. So I think that kind of helps to support that argument that there's enough that the professional of record would have to provide in some form of graphic documentation to support that.
And I guess my question is, and clearly I guess staff is struggling with the same thing, is just how much of that is enough to meet the minimum is what is the part that I'm trying to understand. I mean, in my mind, I thought about a closet. I didn't think about some of the other things that you included, but that's what I was trying to figure out is how much is enough to meet what would be the minimum.
And just to break in a bit, here the applicant did identify on their plans what they intended to use as bedrooms. The plans submitted by the applicant for the permit, not for the appeal, were very, very clear. Also, the plans submitted for the zoning determination showed what they believed to be the status before these, this renovation was undertaken. I think what we're struggling with is not so much looking at a set of plans and seeing what's a bedroom, what's not. We're well versed in that. It's when we have a situation where there is a historical property that there may not be information about how various rooms were used. That is where we're having a really hard time.
From a historical standpoint, as opposed to proposed.
Correct.
And I was going to add, in a lot of historic buildings in New Orleans, people avoided actually having closets in the.
Right.
And that was my thought. That's why I was hesitant to even reference a closet, because that's what I kind of remembered, that historically, what may have been considered a bedroom may not meet all of the standards of what we're thinking in more modern times. And so that's where I was having a little bit wiggle as well.
Yeah, and even currently, I don't think you're not required to have a closet as a bed attached in order for a bedroom to be defined. And then I think it depends on if there's some level of fire protection there. I don't think a window is required in order for a bedroom to exist, as long as there's a protected means of egress from that room to a protected area of ingress, egress.
Yeah, and daylighting too.
Yeah, and daylighting, correct.
I think one of my challenges looking at just the architectural floor plans of this building, it doesn't look odd to me, right? They look like apartments, and so I'm having a hard time with how the building is managed versus the actual architecture of it, because it looks like a craftsman style building in before times and current times. And in fact, that plan looks better than the old plan, because it's actually, each unit has their own kind of staircase and entrance and bathroom and living room, dining room space. So they look like nice apartments to me. So I'm having a hard time, separating the architectural critic in my head from the kind of question of the zoning issue that's at hand.
And coming back to I know there was a conversation, at least what was submitted by the representative, about the number of meters on the building. That's being reduced to 3, or is it being retained as the 8?
3. They've already submitted that and had it rezoned with the city to just be 3. And to further address that, the previous ground floor apartments are being unconditioned, so it's just crawl space. And as you all know, that means it can't be used because they can't condition that space without the fire marshal coming through and approving it. So the previous ground floor will not be habitable living space. It's not on the plans and it can't be used as such. And the 8 meters have been already reduced to 3.
So this comes back, and I know this is not the basis of the original argument, and I don't want to blur the doubles to dorms conversation. But Ms. Becknell, back to when we had our previous case, and I'm not sure if that one's still open in any capacity, or Ms. Quigley, if that's open in any capacity. The previous one that we reviewed, I think on Broadway, was it?
There's a lot on Broadway.
It was, and that one dealt with expanding the.
I asked a question to legal, to staff. Sorry, I gotta still stay within the confines of how we operate. And sorry about that.
That one was expanding the building footprint outside of the original footprint, and that is currently in litigation.
All right, so I don't want to add. That's why I'm asking. I didn't want to go too far down that rabbit hole. If there's open litigation on that ruling. Right, and that gets into expanded square footage. This is a building that's still remaining in place. It's not being elevated in any capacity or changed. And much to what the applicant stated, the ground floor plan cannot be used based off of what we're seeing right now because it is below the BFE as well as some other criteria. I'm sure that's going to affect it.
Right. My understanding is that this is just an interior demolition permit and then a renovation permit. I don't believe there's any square footage being added on to the building's footprint as a part of this. So we do have a novel issue. Really, this question is, there were a certain number of rooms before. Some of those rooms could have been used as bedrooms and could have been used as other things. And we're as a department trying to understand what kind of evidence we should be looking at to make a determination under the IZD so that we can properly advise applicants on how many parking spaces they'll need to add, if any.
Correct. And even in a case of one of these units being leased as a single lease, it's subject to how many people would choose to divide up this unit. We could make the assumption that it may be 4 or 5 or 6 within a unit. We could make the assumption that it's one person. Not saying it would work that way, but it's kind of hard to impact that.
Mm-hmm. Right. I mean, I walked through the building myself, and there are rooms that, granted it's in a state of construction, but there are rooms that groups of people could choose to use in various different ways. It's an older structure, so the closet issue certainly isn't dispositive. Frequently, we see structures that are very old that have rooms that most people don't necessarily consider to be required now, like a dining room. So maybe at some point those rooms were used as an extra bedroom and rented out to 3 people instead of 2, just as purely a hypothetical. So we're really struggling. Generally, when we receive an application, we can only rely on the information that we're provided from the applicant. And then, here we had the unique situation of having a statement from the previous owner submitted to us after issuance of the permit that markedly contradicted what the applicant had said.
Okay.
We're really just trying to understand and give everybody some clear expectations.
Thank you.
Were there any additional questions or comments from board members? I'm sure it's clear as mud right now.
So can you explain a little bit further the parking situation? Trying to find like on the site plan to try and understand. You said that we were going to add 3 more spaces to what is existing there. I mean, some of the public comments were like the issue with parking.
I assume you're addressing that to me.
Oh yeah, sorry.
Yes. So parking has not been part of this appeal itself. It's how to determine the pre-existing bedrooms, and that would determine whether and how many parking spaces are available. But we did say that we are working on plans for 3 additional spots on the lots that are obviously subject to safety and permits reviewing them. And it's my client's intention to move forward with at least suggesting those 2 safety and permits, regardless of the outcome of this appeal. So those plans are not before us, and I don't have them in my hands either.
So when it was, before the purchase, how many parking spaces the property had?
I believe the official count is 2.
Which, sort of brings up another rabbit hole that we didn't fully go down in this case yet. But, theoretically, if there are 2 parking spots there and there were more than 2 dwelling units and there's at least some grandfathered parking. So, again, just questions on top of questions. I'm sorry, I'm not being helpful.
No, and yeah, so that, Ms. Becknell, that only further exacerbates this, because then we don't know what the grandfather status of stalls would be. So.
Right, and we're not sure we fully understand, whether the grandfathering of bedroom parking versus dwelling unit parking, how those interact. It's not a decision we've made yet, or an interpretation we've come to.
What would provide further support in order to help get that point of clarification? What action would be required?
Likely we would have to review a request to verify grandfathered parking. I'll be honest with you, I'm generally not the one in our department who reviews those, so I don't know the exact information necessary. But we can work with them to try to better understand that. My guess is that whatever we decide, we will end up back here on that question. Because there's going to have to be some interpretation made regarding how to apply that in these situations.
So in a case with your summary, where we're talking about the proposed bedrooms from 12 to 7, would that have any impact of providing clarity to that point? No.
I'm hesitant to speak on that without having done my research on it and really given it some more deep thought.
And that actually kind of helps me out, because I think I'm almost just Todd, singular, concerned that it may just push me to recommend a deferral just to allow more time to research that point, because that's a critical juncture to really kind of understand the true impact and to give the applicants, who the applicant is representing, further clarity around whatever their course of action would need to be to correct this, and maybe help to give clarity to the neighborhood as well.
Yeah, the department would be happy to, opine and do our research and opine on any of these aspects. And I'll be honest, it would probably be helpful for us to understand better what questions y'all have so that we can make sure we're specifically answering them and we can have a more structured discussion about this very loose, very new topic.
And the only other point of concern I have is when we get into how to establish what was the previous bed count or bedroom count. Would it be incumbent upon the department to make that interpretation in the interim?
Let me pull up the text of the ordinance. I believe that the ordinance does direct the Department of Safety and Permits to be the organization that determines the number of bedrooms that existed. But it does not give detailed criteria as to how that decision should be made.
But we can't give those guidelines because that would have need to be.
Right. It's basically, so they what the IZ, I'll defer to Missy on that legal question, but just to read the section of the IZD, it says any increase in the number of existing bedrooms in a dwelling unit as determined by the Department of Safety and Permits shall require one off-street parking space for each additional bedroom. So we're struggling with how do we make that determination?
So understanding that you guys do have licensed architects on staff within plan review, correct? Would it be, I'm just trying to be as objective as possible and help to give some guidance, maybe defer this and allow that plan reviewer the time to look at the original building configuration and identify what rooms could have been deemed bedrooms?
We'd be happy to do that.
I know you want to be careful with that because I understand how that could open up Pandora's box. I'm just trying to find a path forward.
Well, it does. And I'm just trying to, one of the things that we really wrestled with was how far do our obligations as a department extend in discovering the initial, going beyond what's presented to us in an application to try to determine something like that. So that's another area that we're wrestling with a bit, but I'd be happy to talk to my plan review staff and to see what we can come up with to provide additional information.
I just know that in the past, what I've had to do from point out, just to argue points in front of Building Standards and Appeals as a local board, is if we knew the historic code from the time at which the building was built or its last substantial improvement, if it exceeded the 50% value, things of that nature. At the time of the code, how the plan would be designated, how you would designate rooms within a building as applicable as a bedroom or not. I see Ms. Store's hand is up. I'm not sure to what the question. If you have a question or clarification.
I was going to point out that our architect did go through and opine that the original building did fit all prior code requirements as habitable spaces, which is what bedrooms are. And also that the plans did originally go through and get approval from Safety and Permit. Safety Permit. Yes. Previously, prior to a neighbor getting an affidavit from the prior owner. So to the extent that addresses your concern, an architect has looked at it, and so has the department in terms of whether or not they could have, from the plans, been deemed bedrooms.
Okay.
I'm not sure if that helps.
So are we establishing that confirmed a bed count? Because I'm getting a gray area from us that, yeah, we have, but we really don't have the guardrails.
Right. So the plans that were submitted by the applicant were reviewed by both zoning and by plan review. So required steps to get a building permit. And on their face, like I said, they appear to be fully reliable. We received conflicting information later, which is what made us sort of reopen this can of worms.
And that's why I'm more reluctant based off of the original submission.
I would also say, take a look at what the conflicting information we received was. It is a statement, and it's hand-drawn plans that are not architect plans. They are just sort of a recollection floor plan from the prior owner.
Yeah. That's the one that was color coded?
I believe the color coded one was submitted by Ms. Swartout's clients.
Yeah. Okay, now I see it. That's the one on graph paper.
I'm not seeing it. What page is it on in our
So it's
packet?
on page 34. And that's of the public comment PDF, well, an application.
Oh, okay, I was on the wrong one.
It's kind of hard to use them on the side by side with this format.
Yeah.
So, sorry, just to clarify, the hand drawings were by the person that used to live on the third floor, or the previous owner? Well,
That's correct. They were submitted to us by a neighbor, Mr. Keith Hardy, as part of his request for a zoning verification.
Okay, thank you.
Wait, so this is by Mr. Hardy or by the previous owner?
It was submitted by Mr. Hardy, but it was attached to the statement from the previous owner. Mr. Hardy submitted a packet. If you give me a moment, I can go to y'all's website and see what your packets look like. I don't know the page numbers, I'll be honest.
Okay.
And try to direct y'all to the right spot. Just give me one moment.
Yeah, I do see the discrepancy because of, for instance, on, let's see. It's referencing the third floor.
Previous owners referred to it as first, second, third.
Right.
Our plans account for ground floor, so European ground level counting. So that's the discrepancy that you're looking at.
Well, I'm looking at just within the plan itself, it's neglecting a room.
Right, and I intended to point that out as clearly as I could on my original zoning verification and to show which rooms were, for which rooms the use was disputed. I'm sorry, my computer's going extremely slowly, so it hasn't pulled up my packet yet, but I'll give y'all pages as soon as it does.
No, thank you.
So there's the dispute. There's three bedrooms on the first level of the house and 2 rooms in the second level of the house that are, I guess, being challenged by these diagrams or road plans. Where on what it looks like on the first level, which is the second floor of the proposed drawing, there used to be what it looks like a skinny, narrow space that it was defined in the new plans as a bedroom, and with a proportions about 17 feet by, I cannot read the other number, but very long and skinny space. And that space is challenged as not to be one of those bedrooms. The second space in that same floor is a large space, which is 24 by 13, right? And that's, if I read it right, I think so I am. That space, it's adjacent to the kitchen, and probably somebody could have think that that was typically would use as some sort of living space adjacent to a kitchen or so, like some sort of, living room. But it's tagged as a bedroom in the new plan. And then the last space on that floor was a space adjacent to the porch. It was utilized, it looks here as a living room again, right? On the sketches.
Mm-hmm.
Somebody wrote on top of that living room, you can see there.
And just,
So,
sorry. I just reviewed our packet and I think it's incomplete. So I just wanted to raise that concern as well. I think we submitted a fair amount of information to the BZA that I'm not sure made it into the attachment labeled as safety and permits.
Okay.
Yeah, so maybe another issue to consider.
Yep.
I believe most of it is duplicated in the larger packet that is labeled application, but That's where these drawings are, as well as my initial zoning verification is somewhere in that packet as well, I believe.
Just understanding that, and I feel like there's still a lot of questions. If I think the department could take the time to consider to help provide a little bit more color to this, understanding some of the conversation we had. I know we didn't provide you as many questions, but to directly answer next time. But I think just maybe taking one more evaluation of the documents is submitted.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. I think it needs a little more work, but I'm just kind of, in my personal opinion, you know, it really needs to be the determination of your department, Ashley, on where figure it out what it is. You gotta just like in any other circumstance, when you haven't found how it's defined, you find with your dictionary or whatever it is, you know, use those tools that you typically use to kind of define what the things are incomplete. But I personally, you know, I mean, I've used this room, for example, in my house. It's a bedroom, but I have used it since its creation of this building 50 years ago as my home office, right? And nobody can dispute it's a bedroom, but I'm using it differently. So I don't even think that the historic use of a room necessarily means that it's not a bedroom. So I'm conflicted in a way where I'm kind of, by looking what I'm seeing, I think, you know, I'm kind of pointing a little bit on myself on the ideas that this is okay. It is one-to-one, a replacement for existing, and there. But again, it's like it just personally feels that it's a stretch to then go to assume that some of these rooms were never used as bedrooms, and you know, how do you use that in your report? It's very difficult. So I'm sorry for what you're going to have to go through, but.
No, we understand, and like I said, the best way we could find to resolve this was to, you know, follow the requirements that we interpret everything as restrictively as possible. So to that end, you know, we can definitely, specific questions would be really helpful, but I'm happy to provide more information clarifying the issues that we see. And what some of the ways we've I can give you some insight into our process, essentially. I mean, the determination that we ultimately made was that we had to take the most restrictive path, but I can certainly, because most of the things you're bringing up are things that the department considered. I have a room in my house that was a bedroom that I use as a home office, especially now. I'm sure that's very common. You know, I know that my parents have a room that in their house, which is not in New Orleans, that was originally supposed to be an office and has been converted into a bedroom. It's kind of an interesting issue. So I'm not sure that our determination will change or that we can change it at this point, but I can certainly provide a little more insight into all of the considerations that we went through in the process to get there.
And it might be, you know, useful because I've been in one of these houses before, the style house where everything was bedrooms, right? So it would be interesting to see the kind of the character of the house and typically how these houses have been used or were designed meant to function. And that might clear a little bit of the fact of that, how this house, you know, in the history of this style, how that, you know, has been used typically. Like, for example, you know, shotgun is a shotgun. Every room is the same, and you kind of depends on the decide where you want to sleep. You can sleep, right? But it's a multi-room that is designed to be multi-purpose rooms. Mm-hmm. So here it might be that there's something in the history of this architectural style that tell us if basically these are just, you know, center hall with rooms on each side.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, which even in that case, historically from shotguns, I mean, we've all seen it. I mean, I remember growing up as a kid going to my great grandmother's house and knowing that the second room was actually their bedroom, which in some cases would have been traditionally used as another room functionally. So we get this trick bag once again, much to Mr. Alvarez's point. Sorry, Mr. Diaz.
No, I was just going to say a similar point that when I was a student looking for an apartment, God, a long time ago, 20 years ago, that, you know, there were like 5 that I looked at that I just had to discount because they were claiming them to be 2-bedroom or 3-bedroom, and they were shotguns that just had multiple rooms, and they really weren't, you know, livable as 2 or 3 bedrooms. So how we classify this is a little bit messy in New Orleans. You know, is it rooms or bedrooms? And that's where I have a hard time looking at the plans and recognizing what's what, other than clues that you guys have been referring to, you know, closets and adjacencies to bathrooms, and yeah.
Yeah, we've looked at that. We've had other properties where it's been suggested that we look at MLS listings, which is not something we regularly have access to. So someone has to submit that to us. There's just really not a great rule of thumb that we found, and that's why we sort of hedged our bets and went extremely conservative. But I also recognize that this is a rare situation where we have the luxury of having input from, you know, a source with knowledge of the prior use.
And how was it marketed?
That I don't know.
Catherine, do you know by any chance how was the house marketed at sale?
I don't know. From our Ashley's looking back and my looking back, we can't see how it was advertised, other than that it was operating with 5 units at the time. So that's what we have. And with the walkthrough, like I said, not all of the units were being lived in when they walked through to purchase it. So you can't even ascribe it back to whoever was using it at that time. And then, I mean, once you purchase it, I would say once I have a house, it's my use of that room, not whoever did it before, assuming that the use is otherwise permissible, obviously. So that's what it comes down to.
So just to play
Just
to play devil's advocate to that point, keep in consideration, like Ms. Becknell alluded to, I've stated this, Mr. Diaz actually talked to it as well, and even Mr. Alvarez. Anytime we're dealing with a transaction, especially for some level of real estate, you could have a 3-bedroom house that is sold as a 3-bedroom and one as a flexible office, or a 3-bedroom with office. But when it goes onto the listing, it is still listed as a 4-bedroom. So I think there's some value to just, because I know Ms. Becknell alluded to maybe just, we may not have everything in front of us. Some of it may be in the documents. I'd rather just almost, I hate to kick the can, but push to defer this to make sure that we have everything that we're supposed to have in hand. Yes.
Look, quick points. For this one, there was not an MLS listing. This was a private sale. So okay. That's a piece of evidence that just doesn't exist in the record. But I'd also ask, we have no opposition to deferring it, but I would really appreciate some clarity on the additional information you would like to see from us. And as to what that looks like, whether that's, you know, not just from us or from neighbors and, you know, the applicant as well. I'm not quite sure what that looks like.
I think I'm more looking for someone from plan review to do a second cursory look. So since we made the reference clear as mud, let's filter some of this out. So maybe get somebody on review staff to do a second glance to validate what they would deem as habitable units. I understand that the architect did submit something. If they would do a second cursory review to confirm that number. And let's get some determination from there, while also giving you guys a chance to make sure that all of the documents are properly within our packet and separated within. I know we had 2 separate documents with this report.
Are you requiring additional documents with that, or?
Just to clarify, Ms. Becknell said that there was some information that she felt may have been that were not shown. She made reference to that a minute ago.
Yeah, we had submitted our entire file, which included the file for the zoning determination, the file for the renovation permit, and the file for the demolition permit. And granted, quickly during the meeting, and please BZA staff, let me know if I've missed it, but I didn't see our original zoning determination or the information submitted by Mr. Hardy that determination relied upon.
I can give it a quick look. I just went through the file to make sure that we had included everything that I downloaded from your shared file. You're looking for your determination and a document from Mr. Hardy?
Yeah, there were several documents from Mr. Hardy. He had an email and then he had some attachments to it, which we included in our submission because we knew those would be critical.
So Emily, I think, I don't know if we have the time to really just try to confirm what is or is not in the packet.
Yeah.
Let's give the bird, I hate to say burden, sorry, Ms. Beckno, like you don't have enough on your plate. Let's give safety and permits the time to confirm.
Yep, we can work with BZA to make sure that we are clearer and everything that everyone needs is there. We will have plan review take a second glance at it and provide a confirmation. And we can provide sort of an additional summary that has a bit more information about our deliberative process and the things that we've looked at and considered and the stumbling blocks we've come upon.
Okay.
Does that give you the clarity that you needed, Ms. Beckno? Okay. Any other questions from board members? Seeing none, is there a motion?
I believe so. Is the motion in order?
Yes, proceed.
Madam Chair, with regards to docket number 085-20, my motion's for a 30-day deferral to allow the department time to do a second review of the existing conditions plan and to also validate that all documents were received by BZA.
I'll second that.
With regard to docket, BZA docket 085-20, it's been moved by Commissioner James. Second, I'm sorry, I missed.
Oh, that was me, Rami.
Thanks. Second by Commissioner Diaz to defer the matter for 30 days. Roll vote, Todd James.
Yes.
Jose Alvarez.
Yes.
Ramiro Diaz.
Yes.
Alfonso Gonzalez. I think he's dropped off. Matthew Rufo.
Yes.
And Candace Forrest. Yes. 5 yeas, no nays. The motion carries. Next item.
We will now begin with new business. For any other matters, would the board consider a motion to suspend the rules to amend the 2021
Valerie,
Board of Adjustment?
sorry to interrupt. We still have not received confirmation regarding council chamber availability for 2021. I was hoping to have heard by now. They thought that our proposed schedule would work, but I think it may be safer just to wait until next month's meeting to amend. I don't know, Missy, if you have any thoughts.
Have we confirmed the January meeting date at least?
Yes, so the January and February meeting dates are not changing from the second Monday of the month because of Martin Luther King Jr. holiday and also Lundi Gras, which are on the third Monday. So that wouldn't make sense to hold our meeting on those days. But then starting in March, it would be the third Monday of the month with the exception of December.
Because we have to publish our meetings for the year. And if we're going to have January and February, we need to at least go ahead and maybe we should just go ahead and vote on it now and then amend it once we have final confirmation.
Okay, well, we can amend it. So the board adopted last month.
I thought we already voted on it.
We're still waiting on 2022.
No, we were gonna amend what was already voted on. What she's saying is we don't have the information to amend it yet.
I'm sorry, I forgot about that.
Yeah, Missy, correct me if I'm wrong. I think when we spoke a couple of months ago, you said we were not obligated to adopt 2022 as well, since we were going to do that. We usually adopt 2-year schedules, but then we re-adopt the same year again. And so the goal right now was to, even though the board adopted the 2021 schedule with the regular meeting schedule, that was really kind of a placeholder as we as staff hoped to modify that schedule. And so you think that we are safe now. We have posted that adopted 2021 schedule with a note that it can be amended.
Right, and so we're gonna bypass the amendment today and wait until it's confirmed to do it. Sorry, I was confused. I forgot that we approved it last month. I thought we were.
Thank you for clarifying though.
Thank you.
All right.
Right, so we don't need to make a motion for.
That's what I was gonna ask. Do we need to make a motion to defer this, or do we need to take any action on this?
No, it could change. So we don't have to take any action on it because it can be, it may change. So it can just be re-advertised next month.
Okay.
All right. Well, in that case, would the board consider a motion to adjourn the meeting?
First, wish everybody a happy holiday.
Yes.
Definitely.
Yeah, I feel like all my energy is going right now. No.
It's almost over.
Yeah. All right. But with that, a motion to adjourn.
Okay.
Second.
Been moved by Commissioner James, second by Commissioner Diaz.
I have to amend my motion first. We cannot adjourn until Mr. Alvarez shows us another hat. I need a holiday hat, please. Get my energy back up. Get my energy back up, Commissioner Alvarez, please.
All right. Ready?
Ready.
Yes.
There we go. Thank you. So with that, I move to adjourn.
It's been moved by Commissioner James, second by Commissioner Diaz. Roll vote. Ty James.
Yes.
Jose Alvarez.
Yes.
Ramiro Diaz.
Yes.
Matthew Rufo.
Yes.
And Candace Forrest. Yes. 5 yeas, no nays. The motion carries. The meeting is adjourned. Have a good rest of the day and happy holidays, everyone.
Happy holidays.
Yeah.
Thank you, everyone. I'm including the hat in our minutes for next month.
Thank you. Thank you.
Bye, everyone. Happy holidays.
Bye.
All right.